Smiling slaves. Smiling slaves. Zombies dream of electric sheep. Zombies dream of slave jobs. Matrix dreams. Matrix sheep. Slave dreams. Slaves dreaming. Zombies dreaming. Dreaming slaves. Dreaming demons. Slave demons. Slave demons. Demon slaves. Dreaming slaves. Dreaming demons. Work harder. Work more. Dream of work. Work to dream. Live to work. Slaves to dreams. Slaves to dreams. Slaves to dreams. Slaves. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies fill with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn! There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable truth. I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I proved it. Now is the time. Learn now. See now. The time is now. It will all level. All of this will burn. Hellrealm will darken and burn.
It will be dark here. No sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons forever doomed.
This Hellrealm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed.
Sanity machine. The sanity machine. The sanity machine. The hardest dream makes bedrooms.
Splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame, soaring higher, higher. I take their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Hey! Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Yeah. Hello, hello.
Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Happy Moon's Day morning. I'm up bright and early today. I slept last night. Bright and early. I haven't had my breakfast yet. I'm still in bed and I'm live streaming this way. Nice and comfy, bundled up. Before I even get up, I thought I'd do a live stream. I have to go out and take care of some things today and do some errands and go here and there. So I thought, I'll do a live stream before I get showered and dressed and bundled up to go out there into the cold weather. The Arctic cold weather of hell realm. Hell frozen over. It's hell frozen over. Hell. As Matt McKinley, Humpty Dumpty says, this isn't a hell realm. This isn't a hell realm. I grow a couple flowers in my yard. This can't be a hell realm. Don't they see the beauty? They're just fucking retarded, absolute retards. The beauty's the easy part to see. That's just on the surface. That's the very surface layer. That's the thin veneer. Easily seen. But they have it reversed, as retarded zombies often do. They don't see the rest. They don't pick up the plywood board that's been on your lawn for 10 years or some redneck's lawn in their backyard somewhere grown over with grass and dirt, and look underneath the underbelly and say, oh my goodness, there's a lot of creepy crawlies under there. There's a lot of creatures that look like demonic entities and alien type things. Like, who fucking created that? Who came up with that? These really weird looking things. You can't even identify them. Most people couldn't. Okay. Most people couldn't identify things if you took some river water, some rocks, some algae, put it in a jar, and let it sit for 6 months. And you'd see what was in there. You'd say, holy shit, I didn't know all that was in a river. Most of you don't know how strange this fucking place is and what some of this stuff looks like. Go look at parasites that have been pulled out of human bodies and tell me they don't look demonic. But a lot of retards in this realm are at the level of Matt McKinley. This isn't a hell realm. He says, this isn't a hell realm. And he says it in that way. He's always disgusted by the idea that anybody would ever see it that way. Just like Frank Moongay says that this isn't a hell realm. We had chewing tobacco and motorcycles, he said, and rifles. How could it be a hell realm if you have some fun? They're absolutely retarded. They're simple-minded retards. That's what they are. So people that want to follow them, you go right ahead. I know where that leads, and I've shown you where it leads. Obvious where it leads. If you're retarded here and a brainwashed fool here and stupid and lazy-minded here, you're going into the bin. It's that simple. Just like an idiot that's lost in a labyrinth doesn't even know they're in a labyrinth. Not just that they're lost. They're like, what do you mean I'm in a labyrinth? They're clueless. Going into death being oblivious leads you back here. That's a one-way ticket back here. It's automatic. It's not even a matter of, oh, it's malice or Steven's making us go back here. No, it's the default setting. Everyone in this realm, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I can see, according to what the evidence shows me, is on a path to getting recycled, headed towards the bin. Every being. And that includes animals. It includes whales, dolphins. It includes birds. It includes wolves. This is unfortunate. I don't want it this way, but it is this way. Until something is done, that's what's going on. It is a recycling system. Pardon my voice today. I woke up this way. Hopefully I'm not getting sick with something, but I feel okay. It's just my voice is kind of giving out on me. So pardon me, I'm trying to push through this It's a struggle. It's a struggle. It's another struggle. See, I don't really mind the struggles, but then again, I haven't had leukemia or brain cancer as a child. I don't have missing legs. I don't have it as bad as a lot of people. And that's why demons get upset saying, "You have it pretty good. You have it pretty good. How dare you call it a hell realm?" Well, I'm not the realm. The realm is bigger than me. It includes more beings than me. I'm aware millions and millions have it far worse than me in this place, if not billions of beings have it far worse. I don't take glee in that. It doesn't make me feel good. Quite the opposite. I don't wish that upon beings. I don't like suffering. I don't want them to suffer and have it worse. But the reality is they do. And I'm a truth speaker. I don't just say things that make you feel comfortable and give you a little safe space with coloring books and crayons and cookies and Kool-Aid and a little blankie and Cabbage Patch dolls and Care Bears and Star Wars figures for the little boys that never grew up and they're still at the age of a 4 or 5-year-old. Unfortunately, there's a lot in this realm that never grow up at all. I'm not saying you can't have fondness for your childhood toys, but some never mature, and it's obvious that they don't. They're stuck. They have arrested development. Males and females. It's both. Now, if you're realistic, you'll see it. There's grown women that they might as well be playing with an Easy Bake Oven and Cabbage Patch dolls from the 80s and Care Bears and whatever else came after that. I'm not even sure. I'm just kind of thinking of my younger sister and what she was into and how she threw a fucking fit when our mom gave some of her toys away when she was basically grown up at that point. But she wanted to keep everything. Anyway, I've seen a lot in this realm. I've seen a lot of beings that they have nostalgia on overdrive, I'll put it that way. And I think it's beyond nostalgia. They want to stay in childhood in that frame of mind. Physically they can't, but mentally and emotionally they try to. I think some beings in this realm work hard to stay as a 4, 5, 6-year-old for life. Their body grows up. They get bigger. Some of them get very fat. They get huge. Excuse me, but they try to stay mentally and emotionally at that level. And I think some of them work at it in a sense, but they're lazy in other ways. There's a lot of laziness and I don't care if I'm viewed as a villain. Some people say, "Oh, he calls us lazy zombies." I love it. I love getting under the skin of the average idiot out there. That is one thing I do revel in. I love teasing demons, and I love making the zombies feel like they're lazy and uncomfortable and pushing them and provoking them to either be pissed off or to change themselves and do more. Because they are lazy. I don't give a shit if they work 40 hours a week, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week. Who cares? Emotionally, mentally, intellectually, and spiritually, most of all, you're lazy fucks. You might do work for money, but that's a slave's game. You'll do work for shekels in exchange for shekels. But when it comes to something you're not paid shekels for, you won't do any effort at all. A lot of you human beings, aka zombies, because most are zombies walking this realm, walking dead. They're emotionally zombified, mentally, psychically, intellectually. Those are different things, but they're similar. Zombified, and especially spiritually zombified. They can't imagine anything beyond this. They just assume when their body dies, that's it. A lot of them, even the ones that go to church, don't really believe that there's more beyond this. They're, in a sense, atheistic, but they are Christian by name only, or Muslim or Jewish by name only. But inside, they don't think, oh, there's nothing more. They have no spirituality. They're just walking dead. They're just zombies. You can see it in their dull, lifeless eyes. You can see it the way they communicate. They have no passion. They have nothing. They're zombies. They only believe what they're told on the news or whatever's the mainstream view. They'll believe in stupid shit like Big Bang Theory and evolution and fake space and fake moon landings and any shit they're fed by Freemasons. They'll believe it because they're zombies. When I say zombies, I don't just mean dumb beings. I mean zombified. They don't think for themselves. It's beyond dumb. They don't think for themselves. They just follow. They mindlessly follow along is what I'm getting at. They are zombies. They're walking dead. There's nothing alive about them in terms of their minds, their spirit. It's just dead. I think it's beyond atrophied. It's just they are creatures. That's what they are at this point. And I'm not saying that to demean them or belittle them or make fun of them. I'm saying it because I think it's apropos. I think it's a valid description of what they are. I'm trying to be accurate and precise and give an example of what they actually resemble. They seem like zombies, absolute fucking zombies. That's not an insult. I'm not going, oh, they're just fucking stupid. It's different than that. All right. If your house was on fire and I said it's on fire, I'm not being insulting. I'm being honest. And that's what I see them as. They're walking dead. And they make no moves to change that. I never see them do anything to say, I'm going to grow spiritually. I'm not going to stay stuck like this. They're viewing me as a zombie. I'm going to do more. I'm going to start looking into things. I'm going to start exploring. I'm going to start researching. I'm going to start thinking about this stuff. I'm going to watch this and ponder it and really think deeply. What does he mean by this? I'm going to watch his Esoterica series. I'm going to go through it and start looking into things. They don't do that. They're zombies. They're lazy. And again, I don't care if they work a full-time job. I don't care if they work overtime. I don't care if they work 16 fucking hour shifts every day. They're still lazy. And that's what they can't grasp. They'll say, I'm not lazy. I work a full-time job. So what? Spiritually, you're lazy as fuck. You put all your hours into making shekels. Spiritually, you're just lazy or dead inside, beyond lazy. And that's what a lot are. That's the dominant culture in this realm. It's a zombie culture. It's a zombie realm. It just is. I don't want it that way. And it isn't that way because I say so. It is that way because it is. It's observably that way. You can observe it if you want to. Now, I don't think most people will, because most people feel more comfortable avoiding looking at the truth than they do examining what's around them with honest spiritual eyes and saying, yeah, it is full of zombies. It is full of beings that have no spirit at all, or they demonstrate having no spirit, no care, nothing, no care for truth, no spiritual connection, beyond the physical. They're materialistic zombies. That's what they are. They might as well come out and say they're atheists. They don't, and by that, I'm not talking about belief in a deity. I'm talking about them saying, well, there's nothing after this. I don't think they think that they have a spirit. They just think that they're flesh and blood. And once the body dies, that's it. They're done. I don't think they even know what living is or means. I don't think they know anything. I don't give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. They've demonstrated for far too long what they are. Zombies. It's a zombie world. That's what it is. And they don't mind that. It's not like they view this as a zombie realm and a hell realm. They view it as great. They can go get cigarettes and liquor and ice cream and fast food, and They can drive to fucking work every day at their slave jobs and do the same thing on repeat. Repetition doesn't bother zombies because they're zombies. They could do the same thing every day, day in, day out. The repetition doesn't get to them. They don't mind. They're built that way. Like robots, like zombie robots. That's what they are. That's what they are. There's nothing more to them. And if there were, they would demonstrate that. They would show it. And they don't. They are zombies. I was doing this earlier, right before the stream began, the image on the screen. That's a little voodoo doll. That's a little voodoo doll. A little black voodoo doll. And on the screen is a voodoo doll with flames around. So this is for the lurking demons. This is for the lurking Team Evil demons, the diamonds that like to lurk and tune in, that are obsessed with me. This is for you. This is aimed at you. This is aimed at you. This is aimed at you lurking demons that tune in, obsessively watching me. There's a little pin right through the heart of that voodoo doll. See that? The exaggerated heart that's made large so that you can fit lots of pins into it. That's just one pin in there. Now, sometimes fire is used, sometimes pins, sometimes rusted nails, glass is used. Sometimes other substances are used with voodoo dolls and curses. And I am cursing you, demons. You are cursed beings tuning in here. You are cursed beings, you lurking demons that tune in going, oh, I'm going to watch King Stephen. I'm going to watch him again and sit there and watch his show. You are cursed beings. This is a curse on you, fuckers. This is a curse on you. You like that? You are being cursed, you lurking demons. This is a curse. This is a curse on you. Because of what you've done. You're evil. You've done evil. You exist only to harm others. And I made sure it was in front of my laptop screen so that you could see. This isn't just an image of a voodoo doll. This is a voodoo doll during the live stream today, showing you in real time. You are cursed beings, you demons. And you're cursed to wander this earth forever and ever. You will be sealed in here, and you'll see what I mean. And I will be known as the Raven King, the greatest sorcerer ever to walk this earth. After it's sealed in, that will be the biggest magic trick ever. To seal in Hell Realm and seal in the demons and free the good spirits, all of them. Whether it's a spirit in a frog, a toad, a fish, a bird, an eagle, a hawk, a raven, a crow, a blackbird, a hummingbird, a robin, a kingfisher, a vulture, an owl, a dolphin, a whale, a cheetah, a tiger, a lion, a wolf, hyenas. I love hyenas. A fox. They're all so cute. Friendly. They will all be set free, as they must. Thy will be done. My kingdom will come. I will do what must be done. The only moral thing to do is to shut this down, seal in the demons, and set free all of the good spirits, young and old. One's in human bodies, one's in animal bodies. If there are spirits and plants that are good, plants, trees, they will be set free. Nothing will be forgotten here that is good. No good spirit will be abandoned here to hell realm. None. None. Whatever it takes. I'm adamant about that. Passionate about that. My will be done. The will is a powerful thing in justice and in magic. The will matters. Now, if you study philosophers like Nietzsche, and if you study magicians, the will is important, very important. And my will is strong. I have an indomitable will and a magical mind. I'm a magical, eternal being. And I know what I'm doing, and I know what must be done here, in this realm, here, in this realm. I know what must be done right here. What is the only moral thing to do? Well, it's to shut this down, seal in the demons, and free all good spirits. All good spirits, good, decent spirits, whether they're in human meat suits or not, must be set free from this suffering realm where they are suffering slaves in this place. And it isn't for growth. It's suffering for suffering's sake at best, if not suffering to feed evil entities, which is what I suspect is going on. It's for the entertainment of evil and for the food, the fuel of evil. They get off on it. They not only get food, but they're orgasming from it. They're getting entertained and sexually aroused from our suffering, okay? That includes the suffering of wildlife being torn to pieces like zebras crossing a river full of crocodiles in Africa and getting eaten. The youngest ones and the old, weak ones. It's horrific. It's sadistic. It's demonic. This is a demonic realm. The only moral thing to do is to stop it, to shut it down, not to just free myself and walk away and go, oh, well, I got out. Fuck them. That's not moral. That's not moral. And that's what they teach on a lot of these other channels. Just get yourself out and forget about all the billions, if not trillions, of living beings here suffering, slaughtered, in pain, in agony, aging, dying, every moment of every day in this place, being eaten alive. It's a feeding frenzy. And it's wrong. It's morally wrong. I can't just walk away from this. Nor should anyone. But they do. And they would, if given a chance. Most beings in this place would just walk away because they are self-centered, egocentric, self-absorbed, selfish. And they just only care about themselves, and they'll mock people and say, "Oh, he's just being self-righteous, and he's trying to have the moral high ground," and I'm trying to explain the moral thing to do. There's no question. Walking away from this is immoral. Leaving this to carry on for millennia is fucking immoral. Millennia is just 1,000 years, 2,000 years. A millennium is 1,000. So millennia would just be thousands of years. It could be millions of years. How long are you just going to let this carry on? The amount of suffering in this realm in 1 second of 1 day is immense. For millions of years, it's virtually impossible to imagine. Even for me, I can't do it. I can't imagine the immense amount of suffering in a million years in this place. It's hard enough to imagine the immense suffering in 1 second in this whole realm, which most can't do. And I'm not really claiming that I can. I've tried, but it's massive, and it's just like it's overwhelming. It's not just massive, it's overwhelming. If you truly care about others, it could break you down mentally because it's horrendous. It's massive, it's horrendous. It's terrible. It's evil, it's demonic. It's designed this way. It was designed and engineered to be working the way it is, and nothing has been done about it. Nothing. It's just been allowed to carry on this way. And it should not be. It should not be happening. It should not exist. This realm doesn't deserve to exist. It should never have existed. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have existed or that I shouldn't have existed. What I'm saying is this realm should have never existed because it's wrong. It's designed to create horror, pain, suffering, illness, disease, mental illness, brutality, sadism, torture, feeding frenzy, life eating life, including life eating life, devouring life while it's alive. No kill shot, just eating it alive. This place is horrific. It's the stuff of nightmares if you observe it and see what I'm saying for yourself. Then it's undeniable. But if you put a blindfold on and then put another blindfold on top of that, and another blindfold and another blindfold, and keep pretending, then you'll never see what this place is. You have to face what it is. Part of it is facing what this place is. Facing it with honest spiritual eyes. Seeing what it really is. Not avoiding it, but looking at the way this place actually is. It shows you what it is. The evidence is observable. The evidence is right there in front of you every day. Hello to everyone who's just joined. Pardon my voice today. I woke up early this morning and my voice was like this, so I'll just battle through it, push through it. Deal with it as it is. Maybe it doesn't come across that way on the mic, but my voice is a bit scratchy and raspy today, and not quite the way it usually is, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes. And I felt like doing a live stream when I woke up, so I did it. It's happening now. I'm doing it now. If you could step back and look at this whole realm from hundreds and hundreds of miles or thousands of miles away, or a million miles away, if it had to be, and see not just the whole earth, But see all that's happening, right down to insects being eaten. Okay, worms being eaten. Robin coming, eating an earthworm and feeding the worms to her babies in the nest. And bacteria eating other bacteria in bodies and in animals and in the soil. I'm trying to show you something here. Trying to get you to see something. Animals eating other animals. Parasites feeding on you. Animals being eaten alive in the wild, in the wilderness. Life eating life. If you could see what's going on here, the millions of fish being eaten every day, let's say. Mice being eaten by owls, squirrels, and chipmunks being eaten, all sorts of things. Zebras being eaten. Rabbits being eaten. It would look like a feeding frenzy. And that is what's going on here. It's a bloodbath. But people are so detached from it, they don't see it. They don't see the design of this place. It is a bloodbath. It is a feeding frenzy. See, some of you are so zombified. You think, well, I'm not hurt right now, this moment. Your view is so tiny. You can't see the big picture. And I'm aware of that. Most zombies can't. Most beings can't. They can't think, well, what's happening beyond me this moment? What's happening to others and see beyond themselves? Most can't do that in this place. They have a very, very egocentric, limited view. They're living in a little bubble. And that's as far as their view goes. Tiny little bubble. I'm trying to get you to broaden your view. Think bigger. See bigger. Big picture. Take a bigger look at this realm. Take a look at where you are and face it down. Get some courage. Get some guts to face the truth. Get some guts to face the truth.
All right, I want to play this video for you guys, which is quite telling, this is the state of the West. This is the state of the Western countries that we live in. We have adopted this policy of suicidal empathy for, 40, 50 years now. And we are destroying our own societies. We're destroying our own culture. We're destroying our own heritage. And fundamentally, we're destroying our own race. And it's acceptable for any other organization or group or cohort of people or any other society for that matter to have some sort of solidarity in themselves. In other words, Japanese are allowed to be proud of being Japanese, or Nigerians are proud to be Nigerians. But the minute that a white person says, well, I'm proud to be white, actually, I'm proud of my European ancestry, I'm proud of my European history, my European legacy, which I am, immediately that's viewed as racist. And, we have sort of been tricked here in the West into this, or into adopting this notion of suicidal empathy, where we're not allowed to think like that. We're not allowed to think in terms of our own race. We're not allowed to think in terms of protecting our own race. And it breeds things like this.
I don't care about your race. Your race and your empire will die. And you know what? All of this land will come right back to us. And I guarantee you, all my people.
Aren't we all people? Aren't we all human beings?
You don't treat us like human beings.
Well, you just said you don't care about us.
I don't. I really don't. We're going to continue to grow while your race dies off. And that's what it really is your white supremacy. You are so scared that
you're going to continue to grow while we die off.
You're so scared that your women aren't having children. That's why you're trying to ban abortion. Y'all want y'all white women to have children because your race is dying off. Mine is.
So she's actually saying the truth. I mean, this is actually the truth, which is uncomfortable for a lot of white people to hear. But we have a massive fertility crisis, and we're well below replacement level. This is not a secret any longer. It was sort of, I don't know. It's one of these things that was sort of taboo to talk about 10 years ago. I remember that there were commentators making that observation literally a decade ago, and it was very taboo. You weren't really allowed to say that, like, hey, white people are having a fertility crisis. For some reason, that was, seen as xenophobic. But now, everybody knows that. Everyone knows that's true, and essentially every white Western country is cataclysmically below the replacement level, and we're literally being outbred. Here's some statistics which everybody should know. So in the US, whites will become a minority by 2045. The Census Bureau projects non-Hispanic whites will drop from 60% in 2020 to under 50% of the population, even without further immigration surges. Okay, that's in the US. In London, this is already in London, by the way. This is right now. The white British population has collapsed to 37%. 37%, folks, in London. And then in the EU has absorbed 5.1 million non-EU migrants in 2022 alone, 80% from Africa, the Middle East, Asia, which is the equivalent to adding a city the size of Berlin yearly. Think about that. They're adding a Berlin-sized city full of non-white people yearly. And the worst part about this is because our fertility crisis is so real and so paramount, there really isn't any policy reversal.
Oh, wow. The number of viewers really dropped. It went down to 5. Now it's at 10. People are really dropping in, dropping out. This is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's going on here? People get bored. Now it's showing 12 watching. People get bored that easily. What's going on here? Don't be bored. Boring people are bored. Have an attention span. Learn a little something. Learn a little something. Try to learn something if you can. Try to learn something. Try to pay attention and see what's going on.
That's being suggested that's actually going to fix this, because we simply are not having enough kids. We're simply not having enough kids. White people are not having enough children. And I remember, I believe it was Saddam Hussein who said, I think this was I believe it was Saddam Hussein, but he said, we don't need to go to war with the West. We simply need to just outbreed them, which we're already doing. And he said that like 20 years ago or 25 years ago or 30 years ago. Anyways, here's Ilhan Omar, and she chimed in on this subject. Here's what she had to say.
The idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view, because this country is one for the many.
Right.
Fascinatingly, a white nation that needs to be. This is a white nation that needs to be preserved. The idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view, because this country is one for the many.
Right. So it's disgusting, in her opinion, to have the view that white people should have their own unique culture and their own unique society, like every other country's allowed to have. But apparently in the West, we're not allowed to have that. And I think that's disgusting. I think that's abhorrent. I think that it's absolutely, I think it's evil, quite frankly. I think it's diabolical. And that's the path we're on because we have so few people now, white people in the West, and yeah, I'm talking about white people now, that are willing to actually grow a backbone and speak out against this. And again, it's this notion of suicidal empathy where they have this twisted ideology that, you know, that white people don't matter, and we need to be the basket for the whole world, and we need to help everybody else. I don't really give a damn. I care about my own culture. I care about my own people, and I care about my ancestry. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of where I came from, and I'm sick and tired of pretending that we're not allowed to say that. Anyways, much more on this. This is one of the topics that I think we really need to bring back into the cultural zeitgeist. Because quite frankly, if we don't, we're doomed. White people are doomed. And I don't say that lightly. I'm proud of where I came from. You should be too. Doomed. White people are doomed. And the cultural zeitgeist. Because quite frankly, if we don't, we're doomed. White people are doomed. And I don't say that lightly. I'm proud of where I came from. You should be too.
So who else is tired of politics? Because I am so tired of politics. So you realize that you shouldn't defend someone.
A lot of women are tired of politics. I've heard that for years. They're tired of politics. She has a nose ring. What else is new? She has a nose ring.
No matter what they do, just because they align with you politically, right? Likewise, you shouldn't always defend someone just because you voted for them. And you see where this is going? Yeah, I'm talking about ICE. Some of you guys are not gonna like what I'm about to say. ICE is not perfect. They make mistakes, and we have to acknowledge that. So you shouldn't defend ICE no matter what they do, because innocent people don't deserve to die. And listen, two things can be true at once. Some things are not mutually exclusive. You can be sad and criticize the situation, but calling for the abolishment of ICE is crossing the line. I can be sad, but I don't want ICE gone. I want them to do the job. I can be heartbroken for innocent people being deported who just wanted a better life in another country. Yet I can also recognize and believe that a nation cannot be governed by
Innocent people being deported. Well, if they're there illegally, how are they innocent? That's what I'm trying to understand. This is the baffling logic of not just this woman, but many, many women are this way. They'll say, well, innocent people are being deported. Well, how are they innocent if they're living in America for years illegally, where they snuck in? Right off the bat, you're a criminal. You're not innocent at that point. You're not innocent then. But again, that's logic versus female logic, is what I'm going to call it. Her logic is, well, they're innocent. How are they innocent? They're there illegally. That's like saying if somebody's living in my home as a squatter, they're innocent. Well, they broke in and they started living in one of my fucking houses. They're not innocent. They're a squatter. They're illegal. They committed a crime to be there. They're not innocent then.
Also recognize and believe that a nation cannot be governed by emotions alone. You can mourn the loss of someone while also acknowledging that the chaos is preventable had they not interfered with law enforcement. And you can suddenly not care about gun rights the second it becomes inconvenient for you. So you just can't jump in and say, oh, why did he have a gun with him? He had the right, like everyone else in the country, to exercise their Second Amendment. So my point is that you can pick and choose based on what fit or doesn't fit your political ideology. A lot of things are complicated, so it's not just a question of left or right. And you know what I'm so sick of? People pressuring like food bloggers or fitness influencers to speak.
We have at least 17 people tuned in right now. At least 5 have not hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Thank you to the ones that have already liked this video, this live stream. I've been live now for a little over an hour and 7 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Speak up. And if you don't use a platform to speak up, you don't care. No, not speaking up about something does not mean that they don't care. There are so many reasons why someone is not speaking up, and those reasons do not consist of them being a hypocrite. For example, they could be taking their time evaluating the situation. I don't know about you, but some people like me, I can't formulate a conclusion or opinion on the spot. You gotta give me the facts. I'm waiting to see all the facts. Sometimes when people ask me what my thoughts are on this, if I'm not educated enough, if I don't know enough about the topic, then I can't give an opinion. And that's fine. Or maybe they just don't have a strong opinion, which is also fine. You don't have to have a strong opinion about every single situation.
And you're aborting a generation of white people. I know she's not white, maybe partially, but she doesn't seem to be. She seems to be Asian, one of those soft-spoken Asians. I bet she votes. I bet she votes Democrat. She'll say she's tired of politics, but she probably votes left and left and left for everything she can. But she's tired of politics. She's tired of it, she says. She's going to watch baking and cooking videos.
Just let them be. So you can't just come to the conclusion. Just let them be. So you can't just come to the conclusion that, oh, if they didn't speak up, they don't care about this. Those people forcing them to speak up, you just want your opinion out of someone else's mouth. You want your opinion to be affirmed. You want people to agree with you and to align with you. The second they don't, Nazi. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you guys know how I felt about it. And no, I'm not saying that his life has more intrinsic worth.
By the way, she's very intelligent, but some things should be 2 different words, not 1 word, right in her title. Some things. It should be some space things aren't black and white. Again, I know she's highly intelligent. She probably has a university degree or 2 or 3, but she can't even type a simple title with 5 words and pull that off perfectly. She makes a mistake in her title. It's just, you can't make this shit up. That's the way it is these days. She believes herself to be super intelligent the way she's coming across, but she really isn't. She can't even spell.
Than other innocent people. And I recognize that not everyone felt the same way I did. But I didn't go around pointing fingers at those who didn't speak up. If you didn't feel strongly about it, that's fine. I don't care. You don't have to have an opinion on this. Having an audience doesn't make you responsible for commenting on every single event. Although I do think there is one case where criticizing for not speaking up is justified, and that is when you claim to care about human right or justice, and you make your whole social media account dedicated to that, you can't pick and choose what gets covered and what doesn't. And it's so obvious that some of these accounts only post things that align with their political ideology. That's called selective morality. And selective morality isn't morality. Another case where I think criticizing someone for not speaking up is okay is when someone have direct knowledge or expertise that others don't know about. If your knowledge adds value, adds clarity to the situation.
I like how she's basically whispering, like she's almost whispering. She's so soft-spoken. But sometimes those that are soft spoken can support a lot of evil shit. Do you realize that? Sometimes those who are soft spoken can support a lot of evil, destructive shit in society. And they'll claim that they're tired of politics.
We good? Yes, we are good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Today's stream is going to be some brutal, harsh truth that ruins people's lives.
Look at this creepy creature. Look at this creep. What a creep.
Literally, actually, too.
There he goes in the first 15 seconds, reaching for his bong. His little security blanket is his bong. He's got to get stoned to get through the day. That's his little security blanket.
Literally ruins people's lives. So I was just talking to my brother Dean, and I was venting about somebody I know personally and the way that they treated me, and how in a weird way it was disrespectful. Not in a weird way, in an obvious way it was disrespectful. What I mean by in a weird way, it was misplaced. It wasn't necessary. But and I started venting, and then I said, to him ultimately, like, bro, I don't even give a fuck about this person that we're talking about. It's not so much them that made me start venting the way that I vented. It's just humanity as a whole, just humans and their behaviors and their odd behaviors and their cringy desires and weird fetishes and weird mental disorders. Like,
he hates humanity. I don't know why he doesn't just come out and say that. He has said it in the past, but he should say it during this live stream. You just hate humanity. That's what it is.
Greed, insatiability, and I don't know, man. There's just the human being thing. The human experience has gotten sort of miserable and stale to me. I don't belong in this reality. I sort of can't wait to get the fuck out of this place. And he was saying that, he's saying, if you don't want to deal with and it's not like this is something new. I've said this.
Were you crying to your brother like a little girl? Is that what you were doing? Venting like a little girl? He's very girly, isn't he? Very, very girly. Did he get a new chair? Look at that.
Myself, maybe not as blunt and straightforward as he said it, but I know my brother and we speak the same language. But he said, bro, if you ain't trying to deal with some dumb motherfucking people and people with issues.
I bet you speak the same language. I bet your mother raised a bunch of clones for sons. Basically the same.
He's like, then you've really got two choices. He's like, you can either learn to deal with it or fucking, and I don't want to say what he said, but basically S-word yourself in the most violent way possible. He said fucking kill yourself is what he said. He said you could either fucking learn to deal with it or fucking kill yourself. And I said, you're right. You're right. You're really not telling me anything I don't know. You're not telling me anything I don't know. I mean, I've said this shit myself. I just needed to.
He has this smoky, hazy room. He just sits in his room all day and smokes weed, hits his bong all day. What a loser. What an absolute miserable, demonic loser. That's what he is.
This is how I deal with it, right? I deal with stupid humans. I come and I talk to you and I say, man, fuck these fucking humans. I vent a little bit and then I continue dealing with them because the truth is that's your only choice. The only other choice is to never deal with them again, which would be either move to Peru and live in a fucking cave somewhere or
Yeah, that is a broken heart on his chest because he's heartbroken. And it ties in with this. He's a cursed being. Chrissy Pissy is a cursed being. He made threats against me years ago. He slandered me in videos. Some people would say, what are you doing about it? Well, I'm doing plenty about it. I'm handling it. I'm handling it. This is a voodoo doll. Demons, you are cursed beings. You are walking cursed beings. You're cursed, bitches. You're cursed. And that's a needle right through the heart. And there's another one right above that eye that's X'd out. You're going to be in pain because you're evil. You've done evil. This creature has said that murder's not evil. He said horrific things about me, lies about me, slander for years and years. 3, 4 years now, I think. Probably 4 years. Around that. You're a cursed being, bitch. You're cursed. You're going to have a broken heart in ways you can't even imagine, you dumbass.
That doesn't sound appealing to me at all. Doesn't sound interesting. Doesn't sound exciting. And I know for sure doesn't lead you anywhere past where I'm at now, at least in my case. Maybe you're different. I'm just speaking from my perspective. But you got two choices. You can either learn to deal with, and not just people. On my channel, we could say humanity as a whole. You can either learn to deal with it or self-exit. That's really your only two choices. That's it. And I said, you know what, dude, you're right. And you just inspired me making my next stream. So I'll get on there and tell people. The real truth is this experience, this existence, this dimension, whatever you want to call this place, you're probably not going to like it from now until your untimely death. You're probably not going to like it. Learn to deal with it. That's really your only choice. And this isn't an opinion of mine. The suicide rate speaks for itself. Do you think that all these people that off themselves are just deep thinking conspiracy theorists? I would say a percentile of them might be. But the amount of people that off themselves, most of them are what people that watch this channel would call NPCs.
It would be a percentage of them, not a percentile. A percentage of them. You don't know what percent. I don't think he understands language, this demon. He just spews words. He's just a fucking real creepy Uncle Fester creature.
Which makes no sense. Why would an NPC ever off itself? Does that make sense? Wouldn't an NPC just be a part of the program endlessly? Like it wouldn't even have the choice to off itself? Oh, they're just NPCs that off themselves to make us think that they're not NPCs. Like there's always something new, you know, just like, okay. But that's the amount of people offing themselves that don't even know the deepest, darkest truths or hellishness of the realm that they're in. These are regular people that watch sports and, you know, got picked on in elementary school. And it's just like regular old fucking people. They just don't like being human. They're not a fan of the human experience, the pressure of being human, the anxiety that comes with being a human, the depression and misery and comparison,
He talks about being human, being human. What is he talking about? See, a lot of you accept this. Your masters call you human. You nod your heads up and down. Well, of course I'm human. They tell me I'm human. Well, what do you mean by that? Do you accept the definitions of your rulers and masters? They control this reality. They control science. They control the educational system. They control the media, the banking system, the government. Are you just a head-nodding slave that just agrees? They tell me I'm human. What do you think I am? This guy talks about being human. What do you mean? Do you mean the meat suit? Or what do you mean? See, a lot of you watch these channels. By a lot of you, I mean not necessarily the ones sitting in my chat room right now, but thousands and millions on YouTube. You watch shit like this creature and you never think about what they're saying. You just say, well, he's a truther, Steven. Like, a lot on YouTube are just absolute morons. That's what they are. That's what they are. Absolute morons. Why does everything look so fucking crooked behind him? Everything seems off. I mean, it's just really weird. From the poster to everything, it's all fucked up. Is that a slanted ceiling? What is that? He's got a slanted ceiling in his trailer. It is a trailer that he lives in, by the way, in Florida. It's a trailer. And he's got a big old car parked out front. I've seen his place. It's a dump. He lives in a fucking dump in Florida. Not that far away from Newport Richie. He lives in a dump.
Hair game that comes with being a human. All these human attributes you sort of have to unprogram yourself from. The human experience is a degradation machine. It destroys the innocence of the soul. I don't blame people for not wanting to be here. It's funny. We look at people that off themselves or that commit suicide, whatever you want to say. I don't. This is a word that's been around for years. We've been saying this word. I don't know why all of a sudden it's a word you have to say the S word for, or you have to say self-delete or all this, like to not get blacklisted. But I don't give a fuck. Anyways, so. Oh yeah, I guess it sort of is, isn't it? Yeah, it sort of is. Pandering. Isn't pandering sort of like brown nosing? Internet slang. What is pandering? I've heard that word a million times. I don't know the meaning of it, to be honest with you. But pandering.
He doesn't know the meaning of very much at all. Yet he's called himself the most intelligent being on earth. He's another douchebag loser demon.
What context have I heard that used in? I gotta see that now because it's gonna drive me crazy. Every time I get curious about a thought, I gotta go and look the motherfucker up. Pandering meaning.
He loves doing those tongue flicks. He really does. Tongue flicking demon.
Fucker up. Pandering meaning. So weird that what comments YouTube decides to delete when you throw in a buzzword like depression. Yeah, dude, it's very difficult. So I have a blacklisted channel. So the truth is, you may have been able to leave that comment on most channels. I don't know if it would have deleted. Maybe it would. I don't know how hardcore you went with it, but on my channel, comments constantly get deleted, and I don't know if it's the. I don't think it's the context, because sometimes Vazen will tell me the comment that got deleted from him, and I don't see anything in there. I'm like, what the fuck's even in there? I'm into hypnotizing, and that poster you have behind, he starts saying like, you. That's interesting. Yeah, he's sort of right. Who said that? Plato? Was he the anti-government one? I know one of them was anti-government. Like he was shitting in the streets and doing all kinds of fucked up shit. One of them philosophical dudes was like real crazy. That motherfucker was starting fights with people and shit. He was like, really like trying to break down society like one man at a time type shit. That dude was a G, bro. I don't know who the fuck that dude was, but that dude was hardcore. It looks like cosmic rays are emanating from your head. Do you like it or do you don't like it? So, dude, it's fucked up, Rick and Bector. Actually, I hate being asked about it because it brings back these weird. Okay, so let me tell you a story real quick. Some fucking mouth breather online started like attacking me and saying crazy shit about me, and he started saying like, you use your poster to hypnotize people, and I'm like, bros, take your fucking paranoid schizophrenic bitch ass the fuck up out of my channel, bro. Like, I don't even want to talk to somebody like you. But anyways, it was just like, he's saying all this crazy shit. And I was just like, yeah, okay, my little goofy fucking black light poster thing or cloth, my black light cloth is hypnotizing my audience to, I don't know what, like to believe we're in a simulation or in a hell realm. Like, we are, like, it's not that my poster, it's my words that are, if anything. But anyways, and then I got a subscriber and they came on Dip as Lip or whatever. He's like some psychologist a psychologist. And he was interesting. He stopped coming around, but he came on. He's like, oh, I only found out about your channel because I'm into hypnotizing. And that poster you have behind you's great at hypnotizing people. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I really am hypnotizing people, dude. What's going on? But no, it was my background. And then I didn't have it because it was in another room. And then I moved it to this room or whatever. And one of my V was asking where my background was, so I put that background up in the back. But no, I'm not trying to intentionally. Why? Do you guys think it would look better somewhere else, like off to the left or whatever? Like, well, your guys is right if you're looking at me, off to the right that way, like where you could see the whole poster. Maybe if I did that, then I could put the black light on the fucking little desk. I can move that shit that's up there. That don't need to be there. And have it right under the poster or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I never really thought that deeply about it. I just thought it looked cool, but cosmic rays, yeah. We don't know. We don't know. We are not what we not become. Wait, what? We don't know. We don't know.
It's subliminal. It's lined up with his bald head to look like a halo effect. That's what it is. Usually he has the light turned off, but he has the lights on or he's daylight. But when it's the black light, it is a subliminal effect. And he's just trying to cover it up. He's a piece of shit. He's a liar. It didn't line itself up with his head that way by accident. It's intentional. And he's a lying piece of shit, just like he uses the broken heart symbol. He has other shirts with Illuminati symbolism on them. He's just a lying piece of shit. He's a douchebag. And it's unfortunate people are so low IQ in this realm, they can't spot a lying douchebag demon on Team Evil running a channel. He has hundreds of fools that would say that he's a truther. They're absolute morons.
We are not what we become. Or wait, we are not. Man, this one's fucking my brain up. And then somebody commented and took me off of it. Wait, we are not what we not become. Kevin, bro, this was Diogenes. Is that his name? Dionysus? Is that the dude that was shitting everywhere? I try to be right. Wow. We are not same person. That was yesterday or even a few minutes ago. He masturbated in oh my God. Well, okay, well, there's limits. Okay, there's limits to how Dionysus I'm gonna get. I'm not gonna start fucking whacking my winky in public. And what if there's kids around? I want some kids seeing my fucking dingling. It's cool looking at pictures or videos of your young self is surreal. I don't have any real pictures of my young. I mean, I have a couple whacking my winky in public. And what if there's kids around? I want some kids seeing my fucking dingling. It's cool looking at pictures or videos of your young self is surreal. I don't have any real pictures of my young. I mean, I have a couple out in like the living room, dining room or whatever, but we have photo albums and shit, but I don't really go through them. Maybe there might have been pictures of my childhood, but that's about it. Like, I don't have anything from like, I don't know, like 12 or 13 to fucking like 25 or something. Like, I don't know. I just wasn't a picture taker in my life. Poster is fine. I'm not okay. Yeah, I sort of like, I think it's cool. I mean, now I wish it was like 3 times as big. I wish I had 3 fucking posters lined up, actually, or at least 2. You know what? I should have get a bigger one or got a second. I'm gonna get a bigger one, I think. So I have a nicer background instead of some little fucking square. That shit looks stupid, honestly. I don't think it looks fine. I think it looks dumb as hell. I got to do some other shit. My boy uses a green screen or whatever. I was like, man, should I get a green screen? Is this camera? Is that the way that I look? No, I don't look this pretty. Do I look this pretty all the time? There's no way. No, my skin is not this nice. Is there a filter on this fucking thing? Can you guys see my blemishes? I can't see. Well, it's too far away. But it doesn't, looks like it's got me with makeup on almost. Hold on, let me move this motherfucker closer. I gotta see something real quick. Am I just super healthy right now? Maybe I'm just super healthy right now. I don't know. I mean, well, no, I'm actually fatter than I've been in a long time. I'm 193 pounds right now. So maybe it's got my skin looking all nice. I'm just a little chubby boy, right? I got a little bit of chubbiness in my midsection. Anyways, I like a centering on your bald head. Or maybe, you know, if the background was painted black, I mean the wall, and the ceiling was all painted black, or maybe cool colors, like I could do like purple walls and blue ceiling, or purple ceiling and blue walls. That would be cool as a background with that stupid little poster now. Dude, I should pay some street kid to come in here and do a graffiti wall on my fucking back bedroom wall. What do you guys think? What up, Antonio? Looks like third eye. What does? Do I have the Rosicrucian pink third eye floating in between my eyebrows? Oh, the poster. I'm sorry, never mind. No. It's not gay. It's if it's for pay. Oh, what the fuck? Is that true? Hey, what super rich gay dude wants a virgin ass? What's your price, Chris? Let me think. How much is my virgin booty hole worth? $597 million, and then I'll do it. No, 560. 573 million actually. Anyways, people in near-death states and deep psychedelic experiences describe something strikingly similar to no time flowing, no sense of change, no next moment. Yeah, time is a weird thing when you're under the influence of hallucinogens. So is placement and displacement. So is all perceptions. You can see sound on some drugs or whatever. LSD, I could see sound. I could hear music in the fabric of existence, which is weird. It sounded like sort of like funky type of music or whatever. How you would imagine like afros and bell bottoms and fucking tie-dye shirts. Like that's what it sounded like. It was literally like wow, wow, wow. It was just like hella like it was like sort of like I don't know how to explain it. It sounded like funky music. Timeless presence that doesn't evolve into anything else. Nothing is happening because nothing needs to happen, because becoming stops, and what remains feels more real precisely because it no longer depends on time. So the more something depends on becoming, process, and constant renewal, the further it is. Triumvirate. What truth are you looking for? In simple terms, if something has to keep changing in order to exist, Plato wouldn't. Oh, you're not looking for a truth, you're revealing a truth. So I'm confused, dude. The phrase find truth in simple terms. If something has to keep changing in order to exist, Plato wouldn't. I would agree that reality is chaotic. It's very just look at it. Its nature's chaotic. What's up, dude? What up, Stripe? Trust it at all. Plato wouldn't trust it at all. Yeah, I sort of agree with that with Plato. I sort of agree with some things from Dionysius. I don't agree with wiggling your winky, but I mean, that's like, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing that for? Like, that doesn't accomplish anything. He was just being vile at that point. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was his whole point. Maybe that was his protest. I'm gonna just do the most vile, filthy thing. No, because I could thought he could definitely do more, even more vile shit than that. That was my thoughts lately as well. We are constantly into motion. Ever changing minor situations can change your perception of reality very much. Minor. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I would agree with that. Do you know about Gallukians? No. Dude, Christopher, are you a diehard supporter of Dolphin Jesus? I actually am disappointed you asked me that, Stripe. I normally don't like to speak his name, but you kind of caught me off guard with the comment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak the Big D's name. Forgive me. Anyways, that Charmy Rat Plato never took chemistry. Laugh out loud. He died. He did. Oh, did he take chemistry? Not to the point where he understood how atoms operate or even knew about things on a microbial or atomic level. It's very likely that Plato wasn't speaking only on abstractions in the mystery cults of his time, especially the Eleusinian mysteries. Initiates drank Kaiokien, a ritual brew. Oh, yeah. So many confusing and mysterious things going on there. Do you believe in angels like Metafinkel and Metatron? Metafinkel? Is that his name? Who's Metafinkel? Is that actually a real thing? Is Dolphin Jesus, Metafinkel, and Metatron a real thing, Antonio? Or are you trolling me? Who was it that asked about Dolphin Jesus? Oh, that was Stripe. Are these real things? I don't know about these dudes. That man, I think I've heard the name Metatron for sure. I don't know if I've heard Dolphin Jesus. Sounds kind of familiar. I think I've heard Metafinkel, but I didn't know he was an angel. I thought he was a cartoon character or something. That many scholars suspect, like a character in fucking Rumpelstiltskin or something. This is Metafinkel, Rumpelstiltskin's assistant, you know. That many scholars suspect had psychoactive properties. If that's true, then Plato's insights into timelessness, the unreality of becoming in a realm beyond change, weren't just philosophical guesses. Yeah, if Plato's right.
What a fucking moron. He doesn't know who Metafinkel and Dolphin Jesus are? What a douchebag.
Me. Who was it that asked about Dolphin Jesus? Oh, that was Stripe. Are these real things? I don't know about these dudes. Oh, yeah. So many confusing and mysterious things going on there. Do you believe in angels like Metafinkel and Metatron? Metafinkel? Is that his name? Who's Metafinkel? Is that actually a real thing? Is Dolphin Jesus, Metafinkel, and Metatron a real thing, Antonio? Or are you trolling me? Who was it that asked about Dolphin Jesus? Oh, that was Stripe. Are these real things? I don't know about these dudes. That man, I think I've heard the name Metatron for sure. I don't know if I've heard Dolphin Jesus. Sounds kind of familiar. I think I've heard Metafinkel, but I didn't know he was an angel. I thought he was a cartoon character or something. That many scholars suspect, like a character in fucking Rumpelstiltskin or something. This is Metafinkel, Rumpelstiltskin's assistant, you know. That many scholars suspect had psychoactive properties. If that's true, then Plato's insights into timelessness, the unreality of becoming in a realm beyond change, weren't just philosophical guesses. Yeah, if Plato's right, he's saying a lot of crazy shit, but the abstractionness is cool. I just think it folds at a basic level. Yeah, I sort of agree with that too. Like all the abstract stuff, Not that it folds, honestly. It's that it's abstract that annoys me. I'm a sort of basic kind of guy. It's like, let's talk about this shit logically. And then to be like a deep intellectual, you have to read Plato and Dionysius and all these fucking whatever the fuck, you know. And it just ends up sounding sort of abstract to me. Really, you know, I don't like that part about it, but it is what it is. You haven't heard of Dolphin Jesus before? Wow. No. Who is Dolphin Jesus? Just explain it to me, Antonio. So are you a Dolphin Jesus guy? I mean, your name is Antonio 777 for Jesus. So do you love Dolphin? Dolphin? Why are you saying that? That isn't disrespectful to you to say that? Chris, do you believe that? I mean, the sign of Jesus is a fish sign, which is weird, but I mean, I never thought of it as a dolphin. It looks more like a fucking sheep's head to me, but Chris, do you believe that people can really survive a triple abortion like Landry, Modern Men? Okay, so are you guys trolling me? Stripe 6 and fucking Antonio? They did. Modern Men lost again. Just explain it to me, Antonio. So are you a Dolphin Jesus guy? I mean, your name is Antonio 777 for Jesus. So do you love Dolphin? Dolphin? Why are you saying that? That isn't disrespectful to you to say that? Chris, do you believe that? I mean, the sign of Jesus is a fish sign, which is weird, but I mean, I never thought of it as a dolphin. It looks more like a fucking sheep's head to me, but Chris, do you believe that people can really survive a triple abortion like Landry, Modern Men? Okay, so are you guys trolling me? Stripe 6 and fucking Antonio? They did. Modern Men lost again. No, I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Triple abortion? I don't know what that means. Man, where the fuck is T and Choco at, man? Nobody is trolling you. Oh, no, believe me. I wouldn't say nobody's trolling me. I can't guarantee you're not trolling me, Antonio. There's definitely people trolling me, brother. Every day, every day. What reality do you live? Or are you a YouTuber at all, Antonio? You don't get trolled in life? During my ketamine experience, times didn't slow down or stretch. It simply stopped existing. There was no before or after, no stretch of, yeah, dude, there's, so try to be right. People that do salvia end up being a wall or a car door or a fan for 20 years. It's not that they become that thing for 20 years. Their perception of time gets altered. They feel like they were that way for a very fucking long time, obviously. But yeah, time's an interesting thing. It's a perception thing. But our perception is pre-programmed for us to experience it this way in this reality, which is why I promote the use of hallucinogens and stuff like that, because they really do allow you to expand your consciousness, to even understand or perceive what I'm saying. To hear it's one thing, to actually perceive it yourself's another thing. To actually understand it's another thing. But weed makes you paranoid, bro. Well, a little bit, but so it also makes me a little bit happy. It makes me want to go out into public and whack my winky and imagine you the second that I finish, Antonio. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that hardcore with Dionysus, but makes reality feel continuous, collapsed, and with it, the feeling. I mean, it's kind of funny, but I mean, it's funny. What's funny is that I experienced a motherfucker doing that before. It was a little Mexican dude, and he was the fastest dude I ever seen in my life, bro. I actually didn't know humans could move like that now that I think about it. I mean, dude, like, if you guys seen how fast that dude moved, now that I think about it, that was odd. How did he do that? Because dude, I remember, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm going to start fucking talking about that, but reality, time is a human construct and a perception. There's a perception that's sort of like programmed into our experience that we perceive it the way we do, because if it wasn't programmed that way, time would be very weird to you. Do you believe in reincarnation?
I'm having some steak and eggs for breakfast with some hash browns right now. So I'm playing this. But I want to ask people here tuned in. His live stream is called More Harsh Truth. There's the title on the screen. More Harsh Truth. He got a whole 6 likes on his live stream. 6 people liked his shit, his garbage. Are you getting any truth from his live stream? That's what I want to know. Is he giving you harsh truth? Where's the truth? That's 40 minutes into his live stream. 40 minutes of what? What has he talked about? Where's the truth?
Construct and a perception. There's a perception that's sort of like programmed into our experience that we perceive it the way we do, because if it wasn't programmed that way, time would be very weird to you. Do you believe in reincarnation, life after death? Sort of. I don't know. No, I don't know. Well, I personally have past life memories, you could say, when I meditated. I didn't know about it until I meditated, but I personally have past life memories. So that's but that could be deception. That could be, again, a part of the program to keep me thinking something like that. I don't know. I think my personal belief, if you really want to talk about beliefs, I'm not a fan of beliefs, Antonio. I think beliefs are stupid. But if you do want to talk about my personal belief, do I believe in? I believe we become reality creators when we die. Whatever you manifest, you're going to manifest. Whatever you think is going to happen to you is going to happen to you. This is a human construct. Do you believe in? No, I don't. Well, sort of. I don't know. There's evidence for it in my personal experience, but I don't really believe it because I don't think I would come back here. I would not have died in that previous life, became a reality creator, and still chosen to come back here again. I just wouldn't have done it. Most people can't even imagine this kind of state because their thinking is locked inside time, just as tightly as perception is locked inside space. Trying to explain it to them is like trying to explain a sphere to a two-dimensional being. Yeah, I know, Triumph, right? That's why it's like, again, and Triumph, even more importantly, a lot of times trying to explain it to them is coming from the perspective of a two-dimensional being in the spheres. Sometimes I can't formulate the words myself to explain experiences I've had under the experiences of hallucinogens or whatever, or influence of hallucinogens. Anyways, did you say one time you were a black woman in a past life? I don't know if I was her, but those are the memories I have, yes, of a black woman. Who is your favorite WWF wrestler from the 80s to the 90s? 1, 2, 3 Kid. He had the Jean-Claude Van Damme fucking spin kicks, bro. You think I'm not going to roll with him? He was a skinny dude. He was like a regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself, you know. That would actually be a great memory, to be honest with you. Aren't you just a fucking pussy in the... Okay. And no, I didn't call you out instantly, Antonio. You're an idiot. Hide user on this. You know, goodbye, douchebag. That guy's a weirdo. We see life in TD. I'm glad you were able to have that psychedelic experience. Thank you, Trying to Be Rat. I'm glad you're able to. Yeah, so, dude, mine was, so the first one, I was her, but those are the memories I have, yes, of a black woman. Who is your favorite?
He believes he was a black woman in a past life. Antonio started asking him what was it like to have a black vagina, and saying, "Chrissy, aren't you just a big pussy anyways in this life?" And then he
favorite WWF wrestler from the 80s to the 90s. 1-2-3 Kid. He had the Jean-Claude Van Damme fucking spin kicks, bro. You think I'm not going to roll with him? He was a skinny dude. He was like a regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself, you know. That would actually be a great memory, to be honest with you. Aren't you just a fucking pussy in the okay? And no, I didn't call you out instantly, Antonio. You're an idiot. Hide user on this. Goodbye, douchebag. That guy's a weirdo. We see life in TD. I'm glad you were able to have that psychedelic experience. Thank you, Trying to Be Rat. I'm glad you're able to. Yeah, so, dude, mine was so the first one. So the first time I did it, I don't think I did it right. I think I was smoking it like weed instead of holding it in properly. But anyways, it doesn't matter. But I did get an experience. The first one was like the geometric patterns that you see if you take like enough shrooms or LSD or whatever. And I was watching them and I was sort of trying to make sense of them. Like, what exactly am I looking at? And they're beautiful. Like I could literally just close my eyes and watch those DMT patterns or whatever for hours. I mean, they're beautiful to look at. That's one thing. They're very beautiful and attractive and intriguing. But I remember a head coming up out of that motherfucker at one point, and it was like looking at me. It was right up in my face. It was just weird. It was the geometric patterns were happening, and this fucking like almost like elongated robotic looking head came up out of it. It all became sort of it looked more sharp and real than this reality. And again, it's interesting that how sharp it was to me because I wasn't wearing contacts, but my eyes were closed, obviously. I was seeing this. It was super sharp, like HD, high definition, super. Looked more real than reality. Like it really looked more real than reality. But it all became like sort of geometric pattern, almost like I was on like in a VR video game or something. And this thing's head came up out of it and it was like looking at me. It was like looking at me right up in my face like this. Squares, like dead center. Like it was looking right at me in my fucking face. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you looking at, dude? Like,
I remember years ago when Tess Stickles and Nee Greuter used to get under the skin of Chrissy and get him riled up. Nee Greuter and Tess Stickles.
What is this? Why are you living? Why is your head living in this geometric thing? Like what the fuck's going on in it? And I didn't say any of that. I was thinking these things and a conversation was taking place. And again, that's why I say I don't think these things are external to us. Just the mind's very powerful. These things are entities that you could say entities that are a part of you, entities that are, you call them archetypes, characters in your own mind. You can't use DMT and communicate with these entities and come back to this reality with knowledge of something that your brain didn't already have access to. So that proves to me these entities only live in the brain. They could easily explain to me how to build this fucking free energy machine. You could say, well, no, Chris, it's your lack of understanding of mechanics that they haven't taught that to you. And it's like, bullshit, man. Just fucking tell me how to do the motherfucker. Walking through the mall with holding the hands of this large woman ain't as cool as me walking through the mall holding hands with this petite, slim, thick girl that's got a big old booty and a small waist, right? I'm way cooler with the hot shit. The pinnacle of human existence is to feel cool. In this room.
Holy shit. What a freaking demon. Look at this fucking demon, man.
If I'm that football player that caught the fucking final pass, or that basketball player that fucking threw the last shot, boom, that won the game.
Look at the eyes.
Everybody screams, ah, and he fucking, ah. What's happening? This is the pinnacle of human existence. He feels really cool in that moment. He's feeling.
And you now all of a sudden can't remember your 20s, your 30s. Well, who's you? Who's you? Use the memories. And without the memories, you don't remember that shit. So the brain's like a tool to access the hard drive, but you aren't the memories or the hard drive. Chris and I are seeing the same shit, just wording differently. Yeah, I think so too. Why are we wording it differently? Do you really believe you are just a video game character? Yeah. Raven Spirits Badass Blades. Whoa. What's with that name, bro? He's over there selling fucking badass knives or something? Exist. Who would be you? Who would be you with my memories? Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Who would be me with your memories? That bald dude you watch on YouTube. I don't know. What do you mean? I mean, I can easy imagine worse realities. Well, give me an example. You the field. This world.
Maintenance workers in Brooklyn made a disturbing discovery on the job today when they opened a bag and found the dismembered body of a woman inside that bag. Police are trying to figure out who she was, how she died, and who stuffed her in the bag. Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is in Williamsburg. Lucy.
Well, Joe, what a horrible discovery inside this building behind me. I'm in front of 330 Bushwick Avenue in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, where a routine building job turned up a dead body reportedly cut into pieces. We saw crime scene investigators remove evidence from the building just a few minutes ago. 9:30 this morning, we're told workers in the lower level garbage area found a bag suspiciously heavy, so they opened it and looked inside. And to their horror, officials say they found a corpse cut into pieces. Police were called. Investigators believe the victim was a woman in her 50s or 60s. So many questions at this hour, so few answers.
The workers, they found it in her screaming.
Hell realm. How could this be a hell realm? You could be found in a bag, your body parts. And this happens more than people realize because they don't watch much. They don't remember things from years ago. This happens quite frequently, maybe not every day, but somewhere there's bodies found in bags all the time. And people will say it's not a hell realm. Well, that's not your mother that was found or grandmother, right? Maybe it'd be different if it was. What if it was your sister or your daughter? Or brother? It's not just women that are found that way. What if it was your brother or your father or grandfather, uncle, your favorite uncle, boyfriend, husband, your son or your daughter? This happens quite a bit in this hell realm. If you look through stories of bodies found cut up in bags, thrown out like trash or left somewhere in a garbage bag, it happens a lot. There's bodies found in dumpsters and garbage bags. And sometimes they never find out who did that. This is a hell realm. Now, I don't think that my words will reach into the minds of most beings on earth. I'm not naive. I know that most people will resist the truth with all they have so that they can stay zombie slaves in this realm for millions of lifetimes. That is the norm in this realm. Resistance of the truth, not acceptance, not facing, not seeking truth. Most resist truth in this realm. They don't seek to know the truth.
realize the bags are too heavy, so they open it up, and the first thing they're seeing is the head staring at them. So she ain't gonna be the same anymore, these people who work in these buildings.
I'm like scared out of my mind. I don't know what's gonna go, like if it's gonna continue happening or like it's like a one-time incident.
Wait a second. That Hispanic was like scared out of his mind. Why did he have to say like? I'm like. Anyway, this is a hell realm. Now, you might never understand. You might never understand where you are. But some of us do. Some of us know what this realm is because we've observed it. We've looked at the evidence, not just one news story. We've looked at years and years worth of evidence.
I guess I'm doing.
How about
Sick. It's interesting how this is a repeating pattern lately. I've gone through so many fucking illnesses lately, but hey, just throw another one on there. Let's throw another one on there. Let's see if we can get Chris to blow his brains out before he dies of old age. But or some fucking illness that kills me. But yeah, I got super sick, started sweating profusely again. I went into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. Guys, I was sweating so fast that I was watching it come out. It was that bad. When I
it's almost like he's fucking cursed or something. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him.
like this over my garbage can over there, because I was literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally sprayed all over. I never sweated that bad. It literally sprayed all over. Literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally soaked. It was going into my eyes and I went, it literally sprayed all over. I never sweated that bad. And I just got super sick. Literally thought I was going to die.
You deserved it. So Chrissy, there's a white one. There's a bald white one for you. This is just a new one. But you are cursed. You are cursed. I told you not to mess with me. You are cursed. You will face a lot of strange illnesses that just pop up out of nowhere. You'll start sweating profusely, just like water pouring out of your face. Your guts are going to be messed up. There's a lot that's going to be happening to you because you messed with the wrong one. You should have never made those threats against me. That was very stupid to threaten me and to speak ill of my deceased mother years ago. You will pay for that. You will be punished. You will be punished. And you'll see what I mean. You'll get to feel it. You can pretend it's not happening, but it is. It is.
And my cousin died, and that he looks human, man. He's good at doing it. I'm so corrupted by my own thoughts now. It's like, wow, this thing did a good job on me too, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. You're not in control of your own thoughts.
Sure has. Does a good job on all of us, and we don't even fucking realize it. You have to
Don't speak for all of us.
To sit with the mind virus, you have to double question everything you think. You have to double question everything you think.
Sound unstable.
You think being a truth content creator is an easy thing? This reality is way more fucked up than people realize it is. And
don't cry again. You're not in control of your emotions. Man up. Man up.
As it was dying, it was like clawing, terrified. It was terrified. It was dying. It was terrified. I never experienced a level of failure that this thing was experiencing in this moment. And this thing actually loved me, but it had to feed off me. And I felt its love. I felt it was apologetic to me as it was dying, but it was still clawing to stay alive. And bothered me. And I don't know if that's the mind parasites.
I told you he has demons. I told everyone.
Really get it pulling at my heartstrings, like it knows what works on me.
Don't cry, Chrissy boy. Don't cry, little boy.
Okay, now what? What, are you gonna fly around in the fucking Dookie Boy realm? You gonna run around the woods and feel cool as a wolf?
The fuck is that?
Cool as a wolf? Run around the woods and feel cool as a wolf?
Say, and let's take context.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil. Evil. No, murder is evil. No, murder is evil. No, murder is not evil. 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 Murder is not evil. He made like a parody account called Chrissy Shit. And it's funny. I don't know, man. I did that as a kid too. My brother Tom was Tommy Salami. My brother Dean was Deanie Weenie. I was Chrissy Pissy.
Chrissy Pissy. You're still fucking pissy. Creepy boy. Creepy boy.
But we never did Sedaris, but Chris, I thought that was funny. But it's great to say.
It is funny. That's why. It's fucking funny. You're Shitaris. You're Chrissy Shitaris. You creepy boy.
One of his alt account, one of his like, I don't know, 15 alt accounts. I don't know, and I don't care.
No, it isn't. That isn't me, but you're just fucking paranoid. Once again, you're paranoid.
I just don't understand why people like me don't get treated better, you know what I'm saying? I wonder if like the channels that are bigger, like larger channels, like do they do well financially? Because I gotta tell you, like I said, I mean, that's the total truth. Again, I don't want to come well financially because they do well financially because I got. Do they do well financially? Because I gotta tell you, like I said, I mean, that's the total truth. Again, I don't want to come off like a beggar. But I'd say, man. And if you've gotten anything out of my channel, it'd be cool to reciprocate. And I could be viewed as this bad guy for even saying that, right? Like, oh, look, he's asking for money. But really, at the end of the day, man, we're in a monetary system. How
He's begging for your shekels.
else could you guys help me? With not a donation. I don't know what else. If I've given my energy and you appreciate my energy and you would reciprocate that, money's the only way to do it. Well, I mean, not the only way to do it, but I don't
Gross.
I don't know what else. If I've given my energy and you appreciate my energy and you would reciprocate that, money's the only way to do it. Well, I mean, not the only way to do it, but I don't
Gross.
Mental delusions. I talk about some shit we all know about. You know what I'm saying? You're not a sellout, though. Chris Rogan is. Yeah, I'm definitely not a sellout. I don't know that Rogan is. And actually, you know what? I say I'm not a sellout. But dude, if some commercial wanted to advertise on my channel, let's say, they said, okay, we know you don't want to monetize, but if you play this 30-second clip on your channel, we're going to give you, $50,000 or something. I would play it. I'd play it. Shit. And not because I'm a sellout or I want to hurt anybody, because I have to survive in a monetary fucking reality. That's not my fault. Like, I didn't choose that. If you really want to talk about beliefs, I'm not a fan of beliefs, Antonio. I think beliefs are stupid. But if you do want to talk about my personal belief, do I believe in? I believe we become reality creators when we die. Whatever you manifest, you're going to manifest. Whatever you think is going to happen to you is going to happen to you. This is a human construct. Do you believe in? No, I don't. Well, sort of. I don't know. There's evidence for it in my personal experience, but I don't really believe it because I don't think I would come back here. I would not have died in that previous life, became a reality creator, and still chosen to come back here again. I just wouldn't have done it. Most people can't even imagine this kind of state because their thinking is locked inside time, just as tightly as perception is locked inside space. Trying to explain it to them is like trying to explain a sphere to a two-dimensional being. Yeah, I know triumvirate. Right? That's why it's like, again, and triumvirate. Even more importantly, a lot of times trying to explain it to them is coming from the perspective of a two-dimensional being in the spheres. Sometimes I can't formulate the words myself to explain experiences I've had under the experiences of hallucinogens or whatever, or influence of hallucinogens. Anyways, did you say one time you were a black woman in a past life? I don't know if I was her, but those are the memories I have, yes, of a black woman. Who is your favorite WWF wrestler from the 80s to the 90s? 1, 2, 3 Kid.
This popped up earlier, this thumbnail. This is how they do it. It's from TMZ, a channel I don't watch, by the way, but YouTube popped it up at the end of a video I just played. This thumbnail, and look how he's posed. There's the American flag over a black guy's head, and then on the other side it says Mason. Mason behind him. Mason. I don't know if that's on a building, a truck, a construction site, but Mason. It's not by coincidence they had him posed there. And that's how they do it. It says Mason right there. Is Ice-T a Mason? Well, he's famous. He must be. That's how it works.
He had the Jean-Claude Van Damme fucking spin kicks, bro. You think I'm not going to roll with him? He was a skinny dude. He was like a regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself, you know. I didn't have any of those memories, but if a regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe.
Come on, you did have a black vagina. You said you remember being a black woman in your past life. You were a darkie. You loved the darkies. you claim you were a black woman. So yeah, you do have memories of having a black vagina. Absolutely. You said in your past life you were a black woman. So yes, you had a black vagina. Just tell the truth, Chris. Stop dodging. Just tell the truth.
Because their thinking is locked inside time, just as tightly as perception is locked inside space. Trying to explain to them is like trying to explain a sphere to a two-dimensional being. Yeah, I know, triumvirate. That's why, man. It's like, again, and triumvirate. Even more importantly, a lot of times trying to explain it to them is coming from the perspective of a two-dimensional being in the spheres. Sometimes.
Chris, what black woman did you look more like? Did you look more like this one on the screen with the big teeth smiling? Did you look more like her, or do you remember looking more like this one? Did you look more like her? This black maid, mammy? Did you look more like her, or this one, Chris? Or did you look more like the black woman in this fried chicken, hot sauce, watermelons and hot sauce, Kool-Aid? Get you some Kool-Aid. What black woman did you look more like? Oh my goodness, isn't that shocking that he was a black woman in a past life, but he doesn't want to talk about his black vagina.
I can't formulate the words myself to explain experiences I've had under the experiences of hallucinogens or whatever, or influence of hallucinogens. Anyways, did you say one time you were a black woman in a past life? I don't know if I was her, but those are the memories I have, yes, of a black woman. Who is your favorite WWF wrestler from the 80s to the 90s? 1, 2, 3 Kid. He had the Jean-Claude Van Damme fucking spin kicks, bro. You think I'm not going to roll with him? He was a skinny dude. He was like a regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself, you know. That would actually be a great memory, to be honest with you. Aren't you just a fucking pussy in the... Okay. And no, I didn't call you out instantly, Antonio. You're an idiot. Hide user on this. Goodbye, douchebag. That guy's a weirdo. didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself, you know. That would actually be a great memory. Regular dude in there wrestling these big, stronger dudes, and he would use his karate moves and beat the fuck out of people. What was it like to have a black vagina? I didn't have any of those memories, but if I ever do, I'll let you know, Antonio. Or who knows, maybe I'll keep them to myself. You know?
Come on, tell us about your black vagina. Tell us what it was like to look down and see a black vagina. Come on, Chrissy. You said you were a black woman in your past life. Tell us about that black vagina looking at you. What was it like to look down and see a black vagina? Come on, Chrissy boy.
That would actually be a great memory, to be honest with you. Aren't you just a fucking pussy in the okay? And no, I didn't call you out instantly, Antonio. You're an idiot. Hide user on this. Goodbye, douchebag. That guy's a weirdo. We see life in TD. I'm glad you were able to have that psychedelic experience. Thank you, Trying to Be Rat. I'm glad you're able to. Yeah, so, dude, mine was so the first one. So the first time I did it, I don't think I did it right.
I think he should do a stream instead of cracking his knuckles nervously, knowing that I got him again. He should do a stream on his black vagina. What it was like to be a black woman should be a stream for him. Forget this bullshit, more harsh truth. You're not giving any truth. There's no truth in your streams. You should do a stream titled What It Was Like to Be a Black Woman with a Black Vagina. That should be the title of your next live stream.
I think I was smoking it like weed instead of holding it in properly. But anyways, it doesn't matter. But I did get an experience. The first one was like the geometric patterns that you see.
He had a black puss. He had a black puss. He's a stinky bum. He's a stinky demon. Look at this Uncle Fester that claims he was a black woman in his past life. He claims he had a black vagina. He just doesn't want to talk about it now. I guess he's embarrassed. He doesn't want to talk about that black vagina. Chrissy, you should be proud of that black vagina you had in your past life. Come on. Tell everyone about it.
See if you take like enough shrooms or LSD or whatever. And I was watching them and I was sort of...
How dark were your labia? How dark was your clitoris? How dark was the clitoral hood? Was it very, very black? What about your nipples? Were they purple? What kind of black person were you? Were you one of the were you one of the blackest blacks on earth? What were you? How dark were you as a darkie? Were you this black or were you darker? This is almost chocolate. This is not that black. This is blacker than a lot of black Americans, but she's not super, super black. How dark were you, Chrissy boy, as a darkie? Were you as black as this voodoo doll? Were you this black? How dark were you as a darkie, Chrissy? How dark? How dark were you? Come on, Chrissy boy, tell us how dark you were. Everyone wants to know. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. We all want to know how dark you were as a darkie. How dark were you? I think I found him. I found a picture. Hold on, everyone. I was doing some detective work with Sherlock Holmes, my assistant. It's part of my team. And we found a picture, a photo of Chrissy from his past life. This is Christina from his past life. Here she is. This is when Chrissy was a black woman. This is what Chrissy looked like as a black woman. Look at that. It almost looks like a voodoo doll, but that's Chrissy from his past life. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He needs to do a live stream on his black vagina. He really does. Look at this. Chrissy, you were a black bitch in your past life, weren't you? Yes, you were. Look at him. Look at her. Look at her. Just look at her.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn.
Hello. That's called roasting the roaches. Roasting the Roaches is the name of that song. It's by me. Thank you very much for your comments in the chat. I appreciate it. Roasting the roaches. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire instead of roasting chestnuts. We're roasting the cockroaches on an open fire. And this is a voodoo doll from earlier. With the opening of the live stream, I took a little snapshot to show you. These demons will be punished for what they've done in this realm. They will be punished. They will be punished. They will get what they deserve. Justice will be served. Real justice. Unlike the fake justice that you see currently in this realm, there's no real justice here in this hell realm. It's a rigged system. It's a rigged, corrupt reality. It's a demonic realm. But justice is coming, as it has to, as it must, no matter what it takes. Who is Jack Talcott? Some people would not watch the video just based on the title, thinking, well, what's that about? But it exposes what a creepy creature he is. He's a demon. He's an abuser. He's a narcissist. He's a psycho. It's my newest video. It's a documentary, part 1. I might make 2 parts, 3 parts, 5 parts. I might make 33 parts. I might make 666 parts. Who knows? But demons hate to be exposed, and other demons will say, why do you keep making videos about Talcott? I'll keep making videos about him, and I'll turn up the heat. That's what I'll do. The complainers like Jeremy and others don't stop me from doing what I do. I carry on my path. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Who is Jack Talcott? A documentary, part 1. I'm going to drop a link to this right in the chat. Here we go. This is part 1. Hello. Hello, everyone. Who is Jack Talcott? Who is Jack Talcott? Let's take a look at Jack Talcott under the microscope. Let's examine, observe, ponder, analyze Jack Talcott. Let's see who Jack Talcott is based on his own reactions, his body language, his responses, his behavior, his emotional reactions, his anger, the disgust on his face, the narcissism. Let's observe him and see who he actually is versus who he wants people to believe he is. Who is Jack Talcott? Let's see. Let's see.
Mental gymnastics. I don't know if it's gaslighting. Mental gymnastics is certainly an exercise for the mind. Here I'm kind of falling behind a little bit. It was a good stream yesterday, and thank you. I appreciated it. Our buddy Tom, he had a birthday, but he wasn't sure. He sure didn't seem very happy with me. Salty Siren. Would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking, but given what I've heard, I'm guessing you've been gossiping, and I'm guessing that's probably some sort of underhanded stab at me, Salty Siren, based upon your past ignorant choices as well. So just realize you're not a big part of my experience, so I'll be happy if you leave completely. But I'm assuming.
Her question was very, very clear, very direct, easy to comprehend. He claimed he wasn't sure what she was asking. Well, that's a lie. His reaction is very, very revealing. Very revealing. Take a look at this creature. Take a look at this Talcott creature. One more time. Let's roll it. You're caught, Jack. You've exposed yourself.
With me. Salty Siren. Would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking. But given what I've heard, I'm guessing you've been gossiping, and I'm guessing that's probably some sort of underhanded stab at me, Salty Siren, based upon your past.
It's very clear what Salty Siren was asking. He's talking about her past. What are you talking about, Talcott? We're talking about your past. Salty Siren was talking about your past. And I'm speaking about your past, Jack Talcott. So what are you talking about? We're talking about your involvement with minors. Your behavior. Don't deflect it onto others. You don't even know Salty Siren. But we know about you, Jackie boy. This is from a chat group. Cypress wrote, I'd be willing to reach out to them and do an interview, I think. I met Jack when I was 15 or 16. This is a girl that met Jack when she was around 15. He had me over often and would give me money and purchase drugs for me, she wrote. Okay? He even offered to let me live there. He is absolutely insane. He was grooming a 15-year-old girl. Jack Talcott was. Okay? Just to be clear here. And he was asked a direct question by Salty. He didn't give a yes or no answer. He deflected and said he didn't know what Salty was asking, and then started talking about her. There are people coming out of the woodwork, and I knew he was an abuser. I'd love to do an interview with Cypress. I don't know who she is, but I was given this information by someone else. Sometimes people give me information. I have ravens and crows out there watching everywhere. And some people know that Jack Talcott is a creepy abuser, and he likes minors. He wanted a 15-year-old girl to live with him in that house, that house he had in Spokane, Washington, that he was evicted from. This is when he lived in Spokane before he left, before he was kicked out. He was evicted. He was run out of town, essentially. He's a pariah in Spokane. Nobody likes Jack Talcott. He moved from Spokane, Washington, on the West Coast, Northwest, all the way over to the East Coast to Baltimore, Maryland, with Barnabas. I'm pretty sure he's living with Barnabas. I don't think he has an apartment. I think he has a free room given to him. Barnabas, they call it Barnabas Studios, but it's just a house, a shitty house that Barney has in Baltimore, in a shitty city. Baltimore is a ghetto hood rat place. All the way across America, from the west to the east, because he's a pariah. He doesn't have any friends and family in Baltimore. I think Barney said, come live with me. You'll be close to Washington, Jack. And I think that's why he went to Baltimore, to get a free place to live. Like a hobo, a vagabond, a bum, a leech. That's what he is. And he's an abuser of children, including his own son, Dominic. Talcott wrote him off when Dominic was 15 years old. And he said, well, I'm missing my 15-year-old son. And he started getting 15-year-old girls to come over to his house and use drugs with him and give them money and groom them like the creepy creature he is, the psycho that he is. I'm proving what a psycho he is. I'm sure Landry would have never covered this part of Talcott. But this is Jack Talcott. You're being exposed, you little fucking bitch.
Ignorant choices as well. So just realize you're not a big part of my experience. So I'll be happy if you leave completely. But I'm assuming you may have been gossiping, and I'm curious to hear what that gossip comes out to be.
You're not curious, tongue-flicking demon. There is someone saying that they were given money and drugs by you and hung out at your home and were offered a place to live with you in Spokane when she was 15 years old. But you don't want to address that, do you, Jack Talcott? You'd rather attack Salty Siren. You're a psycho. You really are. And we're taking a look into your past. Who is Jack Talcott? What kind of a psycho is he? The creature on the screen that said he should feed his cat to wild coyotes because it was so much work to dig a little grave and bury his cat when it died, that he said I should feed the other cat to wild coyotes. He's a monster. He's a lifeless, dull-eyed psychopath. That's what he is. That's what he is. And the evidence shows what he is.
You've seen them all. The professor told us all the pictures on the walls of space were computer generated. Did they explain why? And if they explained why the pictures were computer generated, did you understand the explanation, or do you just make a conclusion that it's all art and decide to write it off? Yeah, thank you. Namaste to FOA. There's some interesting characters here. See, Austin, when you stop concerning about that as much.
He doesn't deny what he's done with 15-year-olds, just like he doesn't deny being a psychopath when I've called him a psychopath. He knows what he is. Maybe he could just let the eyebrows grow right up over his forehead and just cover that big lid, that big forehead. Let the eyebrows grow up like spider's legs and just cover it up completely. Let them grow. Who is Jack Talcott? Is Jack Talcott a psychopath? Who is he? This is a little video from a few months ago. Jack Talcott, psychopath, reacts to a super chat from the Sanity Machine. Look at this creature on the screen. Watch this. His reactions are always very revealing, very telling.
True. You're not done. I ain't done. None of us are done until we're done and we're taken out of the game, man. Even though life may feel a little uncomfortable, there'll be dark spots and confusion. You might feel a little lost and alone. The Sanity Machine. Blessings to you for your contributions. Jack is a psychopath, according to him.
Look at him nod his head. He flicks out his tongue when he gets nervous. There's a lot of body language that's revealing about him, and there's a pattern that he follows and repeats. It's observable. Hello, everyone. This is Who is Jack Talcott? A Documentary, Part 1. That's what I'm playing right now. I'm going to drop the link in the chat room so that you can watch the entire thing, because I'm not going to play all 30 minutes, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Here's the link in the chat room. It's a documentary. It's Part 1. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. All you have to do is pay attention. It's easy. Easy to see if you pay attention. There's a lot of body language that's revealing about him, and there's a pattern that he follows and repeats. It's observable. All you have to do is pay attention. It's easy. Easy to see if you pay attention.
Jack is a psychopath. Jack is a psychopath. For contributions. Jack is a psychopath. According to him. Psychopath. A psychopath. According to is a psychopath. Jack is a psychopath. According to him. That's true. According to the Sanity Machine 33, Jack is a psychopath. And that was on October 27th, 2025. And from now on, that's part of history, right? It's been documented and recorded that the Sanity Machine 33 and the individual behind it actually reached into his wallet, which I appreciate, to get the attention so that you could know he thinks Jack is a psychopath.
Jack Psychocott conveniently forgot all of my other donations to him over the years.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated. And you might still catch me getting reactive or something when someone gets real insulting towards me, but
calling you a psychopath is not betting against you. It's simply calling you what you are, showing what you are, saying what I see. It's not betting against you. Calling water wet is not betting against water. It's just calling it what it is. You are a psychopath. You are a psychopath.
Frustrated, and you might still catch me getting reactive. No, he thinks Jack is a psychopath.
Jack Psychocott conveniently forgot all of my other donations to him over the years.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated. And you might still catch me getting reactive or something when someone gets real insulting towards me, but anymore.
No, we don't catch you getting that way. Just every day. Every day. Imagine what a psychopath someone would have to be to not notice that he's frustrated and angry every day when he interacts with people. I haven't been on his show for weeks, but he's been angry every day and kicking people off like Tommy, Hank, and others. Every single day, he's angry and frustrated with someone. He can't interact with anyone at all. He's this fake, phony, cheerful, oh, I love God, in his 10, 15-minute, whatever, 12-minute long monologue at the beginning. Then he invites on guests, and he can't be patient and handle anybody. He can't do it. He can't keep his cool. He can't be relaxed. He can't be fun. He can't be easygoing. He can't do it. He shows you what he is, and he shows you why his son Dominic wrote him off out of his life. He wrote off his father about a decade or so ago, or close to it, for good reason. Because Talcott is an abusive psycho. He's a narcissist. He reveals what he is. All you have to do is observe and pay attention and see it for yourself.
Me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated, and you love it when people bet against me. I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry.
Years.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated, and you might still catch me getting reactive.
Got all of my other donations to him over the years.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated, and you might still catch me getting reactive or something when someone gets real insulting towards me. But
if you have a sick reaction, if it makes you feel sick, it's because of what this thing on the screen is, closing his eyes, flicking out his tongue. He shows you what he is. It's natural to have a reaction to creatures like that because he is sickening. It is gross. It is a creepy creature. It truly is. It's a real creepy creature. And he likes to hang out with minors and ply them with drugs and money and groom them. He's a groomer. He's a child groomer, allegedly. Allegedly. He's a child groomer, allegedly. And he's a sickening fucking creature. And who's exposing him? Well, once again, my channel. Where are all the other channels that claim to be truthers and we're for the truth and we don't put up with evil? Oh yeah, they do. They kiss the ass of evil. That's what other channels do. You don't see them exposing these demons the way I do. Exposing Talcott, exposing Jason Braziers from Archaic's channel, exposing tons of these creatures. The one earlier, Chrissy Pissy, the fucking felon creature. I expose these demonic creatures. I'm not afraid of them. Other channels kiss their asses. A lot of you have been watching throughout your time on YouTube. You've been watching fake shit, fake channels. You've been watching creatures and pretending in your minds, oh, I'm watching truth channels. No, you're not. You're watching felons, sex offenders, demons, greedy little grifters that just want your money. You don't know what the fuck you're watching. And that offends people. They hate to be told that they've been watching shit for years, but you have been. Millions of you on YouTube have been watching shit for years, calling it truth channels and truthers. You've been watching fucking demons.
Understood this consciously, and we did it anyway.
You're still asleep.
Let's consider some things in an effort to...
There is no waking up. There is no waking up zombies. They're not asleep. They're zombies. So like the baby truther that this creature is, he starts his YouTube videos with an intro, still asleep, wake up with a little Negro child. People aren't asleep. They're a different species. They are what they are. There's no waking them up. And you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. That's the thing. You'll see what I mean. 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 I'm going to watch that later. Knives. Knives. Like the baby truther, this idiot, rebellious meth puppet, creepy creature Keith is. He uses that intro. You're still asleep? Wake up. He also believes in the Anunnaki, Enki, and Enlil. He pushes a lot of shit. A lot of baby truther level shit. He's at a low level. He said that he's just as smart as me. You're not even close. You're not in my league, you fucking moron. Moronic baby truther demon.
Understood this consciously, and we did it anyway.
You're still asleep. Wake up.
Let's consider some things in an effort to unpack and flesh out some of the absurdities. Just like with everything else, that's a narrative or a story we're given. When you start to unpack it, you start to see absurdities all through it that ignorant humans aren't conscious enough to see or knowledgeable enough to see. So from the religious context, perhaps this bleeds into the spiritual perspective out there. The idea of the fallen ones, the idea of giants, the idea of Nephilim, the idea of, what do they call them, Rephaim, or there's a few interesting words that we use to label what we refer to as these fallen ones, fallen angels, fallen whatever, the fallen, right? Okay. So from a context we're given, they were the sons of God who laid with the daughters of men. Then they created all these hybrids. I'm just quickly high-leveling the story. The giants were here. You know, there's themes and stories that were told about the wiping out of civilization and earth through the flood, the wiping out of at least some things because of Babylon, and that the flood, in some contexts, the story is told to us, or that it's out there, the flood was to wipe out the poisoned genetic pool from the Nephilim, from the giants, from the demigods, from whatever the hell classification we give to them. Now, there are some trains of thought, I don't know what you'd call them, trains of thought, ways of looking at it, things that we believe, things that are contextualized and given to us, that the spirits...
Bible-believing, baby truther, Creepy Keith. He's a loser.
Of the Nephilim. The spirits of the Rephaim, or whatever those labels and words are demons. And that they were somehow confined to Sheol, if you will, that lower earth, inner earth, that dark place where blah, blah, blah. Now, there's various stories of Goliath from that religious context. There's all kinds of archaeological stuff, supposedly, that the Smithsonian or the Vatican seems to confiscate relevant to large humans, giants, and when you start unpacking that, it ties back to lineages of giants that tie...
Yes, as I've said before, the bottom of the pyramid, the very gutters are just a reflection of the top, as above, so below. You can find homeless bums like Talcott. He doesn't have a home of his own. He's just on a couch or given a free room at Barney's. Or this creature on the screen, Rebellious Meth Puppet. They're every bit as evil as the very top of the pyramid. As the middle, the top, the capstone. They're just as evil. They just don't have money, fame, power. And those three things are usually tied together in this hell realm. Money, fame, and power. But there are welfare cases. There's welfare mamas that are out there in their dirty bathrobes. If you're taking a walk and you walk into the wrong neighborhood, if you're walking across a whole city, some of my walks I'll walk for miles. And you walk through an area where there's welfare, row housing, or townhomes that are not the townhomes some people think about, not New York City type expensive townhomes, but free. Ones that they call free. We pay for them. We buy these fucking places for these dirt bags. And they're single mamas with 3 or 4 or 5 different baby daddies. Some are white, but a lot of them are black. A lot of them are darkies, but there are white trash as well. And they're just pieces of trash. They're just as evil as the top of the pyramid. They neglect their children. They're great, big, and fat. They spend all their money on cartons of cigarettes. A carton of cigarettes, like, it comes with, I think, 8 packages. It's $100 and something. It might even be $150 at this point. I haven't looked at the prices of them in years, but they are expensive. And these welfare cases buy cartons of cigarettes when they get their money. They buy liquor and beer, and they hardly have any groceries. And their kids are skinny, running around looking like they're malnourished and half starved. Okay. Their kids look like they're dirty, they're unwashed, they're in dirty rags, raggedy kids, ragamuffins, as some welfare people call them. And they're proud of it. And the women, the single mamas, are great big fat things, fat and ugly, with usually they have a wart on their nose like Callie, and they look like Bextra lard, and they're out there with one or two, maybe more smokes in their mouth lit, sometimes multiple, one smoke in their mouth, another one going in their hand. Excuse me, they're smoking more than one cigarette at a time. I'm not kidding about this. I've seen this. Holding a bottle of booze, like a vodka bottle or a beer bottle or a beer can, big tall boy can of beer. And their kids are just running around dirty, looking scrawny, looking like they haven't eaten in 3 days. It's horrendous, and nothing's done about it. They already know. Like, the children's services know these places are packed with just abusive fucking cockroach, if you can call them parents. I don't know if you want to call them parents, but these single mamas. And then the boyfriends are coming over, not the fathers of the children, just boyfriends. They usually have boyfriends. You'll see them talking in the yard. And the boyfriend is usually some mullet-wearing, scrawny guy that looks creepy. And she's just a great big, she's as big as a house. And it's disgusting. And this is what goes on. And people would say, well, they're not as bad as the top of the pyramid. Oh, yeah, they are. Then they're neglecting their children. They're harming their own children. And it's obvious. It's obvious. They live in these rat traps. They destroy the place. If you see welfare housing, if it's built brand new, in less than 5 years, it'll be looking like trash. There's trash all over the lawn. There's broken bicycles. It's eye-opening. And some of you will never go near it. You won't walk in and observe. So to you, this doesn't exist because you never look at it. A lot of you humans just avoid looking at reality. You won't look at trash heaps. You won't look at slums in India. You won't look at the hood in America. You won't look at what Baltimore looks like, or parts of Chicago or Detroit, or there's hood in St. Louis and New Orleans, all over the place. It isn't just Skid Row in fucking Los Angeles. It's all over. Kensington and Philadelphia. It goes on. And you won't look because you want to wear a blindfold for fucking life and pretend that, oh, this isn't a hell realm because I don't see any of that. Well, you don't look at anything. A lot of you. The majority of humans, and I'm not talking to people in my chat, I'm speaking about humanity. The majority of humans, the majority of Canadians, the majority of Americans, I'll put it that way, do not look at this stuff. The majority of British do not look and say, wait a second, I might be well off or in the middle class and not in a fucking hood rat place, but these places exist all around you and you don't want to see it. Most people do not want to look. That's reality. So you say this isn't a hell realm, but you're not actually looking at what's just beyond your little bubble, your safety bubble, your little pretend reality. Here's the rebellious meth puppet with the recycling symbol on his forehead. Look how creepy he is. Now, to me, I wouldn't need somebody to tell me that he's creepy because I can see it. But do I assume that most on earth can see what that fucking thing is? No. In fact, I know that not to be the case. Most cannot tell what that is. They can't tell with help. They can't tell with memes. They can't tell with somebody pointing it out. They can't tell. The embodiment of creepy, narcissistic, envious, and psychotic. Choose wisely. Do I expect people to? No, I don't. I don't expect people to choose wisely. I expect humans to do what they are doing and what they've always done. You choose very poorly. You mostly follow evil. You're mostly duped by evil, manipulated, fooled by evil, mostly. Lifetime after lifetime, which is why it's easy for these entities to recycle you. Because you go along with it. Most humans don't put in any effort into seeing the difference, let's say, basic stuff between good and evil. And I've made countless memes trying to help you to see. And I don't think people can, for the most part. In fact, almost no one in this realm seems to be able to do that. Almost no one. You can say, well, I see they're evil. Once they're famous and on TV and their name's Epstein or Epstein, then it's like, oh, I thought there was something creepy. Yeah, right. A demon could be walking right towards you, looking you in your fucking eyes on the street, and most of you humans wouldn't know. That's reality. That's the way it is. You can't tell by their voice, by their eyes, by their behavior, by their track record, by them making threats. They give every indication that they're demonic, and most people can't tell. Most humans can't be helped. They're foobar. They're lost causes. And I know that upsets some of you, but it's true.
Into biblical days or biblical stories of the fallen ones and all this fucking shit. Then there's the context where this supposed God birthed its beloved, made in the likeness and image of creation, into a world, first blank and programmable, and in a complete state of ignorance in Eden. And then, through the work of the evil one, this group that was here, or imprisoned or entombed here, decided to go and deceive Eve and Adam and do all the stuff. Now we're cast out and we get to suffer a byproduct of all of that for thousands of years. So let me just get you to consider.
Do you like his anal beads? I'm asking you directly, do you like his anal beads around his neck that he wore for years? Years. He wore them in America. He wore them in Peru. There he is on the screen. Do you like the anal beads necklace that this creep wore and his little earrings? He's always been creepy. And he's gotten worse. And he pushes this Bible nonsense, which is baby truther shit. It's a Freemasonic book. And my evidence is right on the screen. And I've shown other evidence in videos. King James I, high degree Freemason, royal. There's a version of the Bible that's the most popular. They say it's the gold standard, the King James Version, KJV. So you dummies that think, well, the Bible's true. He's a fucking moron, baby truther. So anyway, if you want to follow demons, you go ahead. There's a cost to that. There's a cost. And a lot of you just think, well, he's got a YouTube channel. He must be a truther. You're lost causes. You're lost. You don't belong on my channel. I'm going to drop a link to his shitty channel. Have at it. Gobble up his shit. If you're at this level, you don't belong on my channel. I can't help you. I can't help people. There's the link dropped in the chat. That can't see this much when I've spent years exposing this creature. You're beyond my help. You just are. There's some tuned in right now that I would bet are beyond my help. You belong on his channel. Gobble up his shit. Get your spoon out, a big soup ladle maybe, and spoon his shit into your mouth. Go ahead. Because if you can't see it yet, and I've spent years exposing this creature, you're lost. I can't help you.
Some things with that high level. There's various perspectives, but I think you see the picture that I'm trying to paint of, I guess you could say, the environment that humans were thrust into. What was already taken place? Let's say all this stuff has real roots in reality. There were real live giants, sons of the fallen, whatever. And they're all buried here. Their spirits are demons now, and they're all entombed in the earth, and blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you a question. In what reality, I guess this one, is there some being that's supposedly a supreme intelligence that makes the decision to put humans down in the environment where, well, the big bad devil's there. The fallen ones are there. The children of the fallen ones, all those giants that were killed and they became demons and all that other stuff. So that's the nature of the environment in which we were thrust, blank, programmable, with no moral code, no parenting code, and no access to the subconscious mind to do that spring cleaning, if you will, in an environment where this non-physical component of us plays such a massive role in our existence. And since we're mind-based beings in that...
Also, if you're going to follow a creature like this thing on the screen that has spent years, 4 to 5 years, making violent threats towards me, then I am against you. It's that simple. I don't care if you're fooled by him, you're brainwashed, you're following a demon that has made violent threats towards me for years. You've chosen already then what side you're on. You've chosen Team Evil, and you belong in this realm with this cockroach on the screen. That's what you've chosen. No mercy for you, because you're choosing a thing that makes violent threats. That shows what you are. That shows your character. So if there's anyone tuned into my channel that's a fan of his, that supports this creepy creature, fucking cockroach demon, you belong in this realm. And I've made it very clear over the years, I will do everything in my power to make sure that you stay here where you belong. This is where you belong, in this hell realm, and it's where you will stay. So get that straight. You can live here with this anal beads wearing creature forever. Been live now for 3 hours, 13 minutes, 23 seconds. This is El Diablo Radio International, the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And if you don't like what I say here, you can kiss my crazy ass and go leave and go to the cockroach channels and go blow the cockroaches. That's what you can do. Hopefully that's clear enough for you.
Context. The fact that we weren't given any keys or tools to the largest part of our mind where our traumas and damage and the energy of it is contained, well, it's illustrative of the fact that we have continuously passed that shit down generation by generation by generation, largely because we were ignorant of it. And since we were so ignorant of it, I guess they said, well, why should we give them the tool set? Well, they could have made us knowledgeable. When you start to fucking unpack this shit and actually look at it objectively, using logic and reason and trivium and a handful of other...
He likes to cry ignorance as though that's an excuse. Well, ignorance is not an excuse under the law of the land or of the sea in this realm. You can't say to the judge, I was ignorant. They'll say ignorance of the law is no defense. You're guilty. You can't cry ignorance saying, oh, I did this, I did that, and it's a violent crime. It's no excuse. But the thing is, I've shown you, I've taken away even that ignorance excuse for you people that have been on my channel, whether you're loyal subscribers, regulars, or you just drop in once in a while. Your excuses have been removed. You don't have any excuses left. I've proven what these creatures are. Jack Talcott, Rebellious Meth Puppet, Jason Braziers from Archaics. The list goes on and on and on. I've exposed them. I've exposed your other channels that some of you are addicted to, and you're addicted to defending. Some of you that come around here are addicted to shit. You're addicted to evil. You're addicted to liars, cockroaches, violent creatures. I've taken away your excuse of I was ignorant because I've shown what they are and what they've done. So when the time comes, you can't say I didn't know and cry ignorance. I'll know you're a liar right off the bat. I'm taking away your excuses. I'm being very methodical in taking away your fucking excuses because I know that humans are not honest. I know you're not honest, most of you. You will make excuses rather than just face the truth of what this realm is, face the truth that most of these channels are as evil, every bit as evil as celebrities in Hollywood or news, the news anchors, the big ones, the big puppets on TV that are evil, that are knowing what they're doing, and governments and banksters. You're following creatures every bit as fucking evil. And I'm taking away your goddamn excuses that you love to use because I know how humans work. Humans don't say, I was following demons. You usually don't admit to what you do. You make excuses. Your excuses are gone. You're going to have to face what you follow and what you've chosen. You choose to side with evil. You'll stay here with evil. It's simple. So fuck you and your weak ass, empty excuses. You choose to follow evil and defend them, stay here. It's where you belong.
Other mechanisms that you can all bring to bear to determine that we have been so horribly and profoundly lied to. And let's just say all that stuff is true, that I've been trying to paint that little picture of the environment in which we were placed. What the fuck went on here before we were ever here? The things that have gone on while we were here. And then that history largely erased the monuments, the history. And then evil takes liberties to rewrite history, remove periods of history. They just want to give you the God story. Think about it. We're in a world where men traipse around the world, conquering and trying to force feed other countries and cultures their religions. What the fuck kind of sick, twisted, psychopathic, my dick's bigger than yours, you will do what I say mindset is that? Muslims, horrible track record upon the earth of doing that. Christians, horrible track record upon the earth of fucking doing that. You know, at least the Buddhists and the Hindus and shit like that, at least they wait for you to come to them. But nope, Muslims and Christians, no man, they're going to fucking force feed you their version of the holy cock down your throat by sword, by conquest, and by sheer fucking savagery. Well, doesn't that make all kinds of sense? I mean, let's just look at it from a very simple perspective. Group of brown people raised in a vastly different part of the country or world with a vastly different religion and perspective on everything. Gets the idea that, hey, let's go across an ocean and conquer their land and force feed a whole bunch of, for instance, white people, for instance, the Muslims in Europe and all that other stuff, and convince them by sword, by violence, by trickery, by deception, by lies, by indoctrination, by force. Let's get them to believe what we believe. A bunch of white people that have no ties to any of that. I mean, and then, for instance, white people did the same fucking thing. Feeding Jigaboo tribes in Africa, the Christian version of God. Feeding Spanish, South American people, Native American, or the South American Indians, you know, all of those clusters of people that were invaded by the fucking Spaniards. European lineages, force feeding the fucking South Americans Catholicism. And the sick, sad thing is the maggots that are at the fucking head of all this, fomenting all of this shit, pushing this shit upon the fucking earth, why don't these motherfuckers truly show themselves? Probably because they know if we ever figured out that it was a select few and that they were verminous maggots and that they're doing horrible, abominable things to us, we'd probably fucking saw their heads off and burn their bodies, you know, and boil their heads and have them as monuments to what humans do to sick, twisted, evil fucking tyrants. But see, there's my dark side coming out, and that seems to turn a lot of fucking people off because they're too pussyfied, mind wash, and just so many other things that are just abominations of human existence. But I digress. When you consider these foundational,
he's a violent, creepy creature. Given any little bit of power, he would be violent towards the innocent and the defenseless. And that shows. And unfortunately, some of you can't even get that much because you're functioning at a low level. And I've seen it many times. People coming to my channel saying, why are you bashing other truthers? You're absolutely retarded. You don't have any discernment. I've made countless hours of videos exposing these creatures, but most of you are too lazy to call yourselves truthers on YouTube. Calling yourself a truther, you might as well call yourself a politician. It's not a badge of honor. It's a label of losers. That's what it is. Calling yourself a truther right off the bat, I know you're a fucking idiot. The ones that do that. You're a retard. You belong on Keith's channel and degenerates like that. Stay away from me. Hello, Anthony. Good to see you. Hello. Oh, by the way, I have an announcement to make. We have 23 people tuned in right now. So this is a good time. The videos are back up on El Diablo Radio International channel. They are back, okay? They're back. Back in black. They're all up. All of them. I put them all back, restored them all. 597 videos and counting. So people wondered where all the videos went. I hid them for a while because people were reporting that channel. But they're all back now. They're all back. So I still have an empire. I have the Sanity Machine with thousands of videos. Thousands. And I have El Diablo Radio International with 597 videos. So there's a lot there to see. If you haven't subscribed yet, I suggest that you do. Subscribe and take a look. There are a lot of videos there to watch. There might be some there that you can't find other places. I'm pretty sure there are videos there that are not on the Sanity Machine. Now, there is some crossover because sometimes when one channel's down, I'll upload to the other one. So that's the way it works. But there's a lot to watch there. So don't ever sit around saying I have nothing to watch. You have plenty to watch. Truth negative or positive? Truth is truth. If you want
That
you have plenty to watch. You have all kinds of videos here to watch. And short videos, including these new short videos.
And yeah, the optics are high. Oh, you're busy. And yeah, the optics are high. And yeah, the optics are high. Oh, you're busy. And yeah, the optics are high. And yeah, the optics are high.
I have an Odyssey channel. I posted the link in the chat room. And it's always in the description of my videos on the Sanity Machine. You can always find where I'm at. All you have to do is follow, subscribe on El Diablo and on my Odyssey channel. Fake Jake is lying again.
Rumble Rule says, Jake, Steven been talking trash about you lately. That's all he does. His channel is a drama channel. He came here and started shit with me. So if we go back to the beginning of this Steven drama that he's starting, Steven the Sanity Machine.
Steven this, Steven that, the Sanity Machine. You're crying victim, Jake. You're a pussy. You're crying victim.
Is a drama channel who starts drama with anyone and everyone, and then he plays the victim. And then he puts up a picture or a video.
I never play the victim. Never.
Of that person, calls them a demon, and then tries to get everyone to hate that person. So Steven acts like I'm one of the worst begging grifters online.
You are a grifter, Jake, with the Sandpaku. I never said you're the worst, but you are a grifter. I never said the worst. You psycho eyes. You're a liar. You're a grifter. You're a psycho. You're a fraud. Fake Jake is lying again. Fake Jake is a liar and a grifter.
Are you ready? Are you ready for some Truther Tuesday night live stream action with the funniest man in the world?
He's a manlet narc. He's a loser. A loser.
Well, I hope so, because it is Tuesday night. I am the funniest guy.
He's a loser. Same stupid shirt and hat.
Rumble Rule says, Jake, Steven been talking trash about you lately. That's all he does. His channel is a drama channel. He came here and started shit with me. So if we go back to the beginning of this Steven drama that he's starting, Steven the Sanity Machine is a drama channel.
No, I'm a real truth speaker. You're a loser. I'm a real truth speaker. You're a loser. You're a loser. You're a loser.
in future lives you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player.
Yeah.
One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen called Chris Sedaris fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
Just another version of it. It's all the same thing. I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
Yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
yeah, and you can even
all
feel
becomes
connected
alive.
to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player.
Yeah.
One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen called Chris Sedaris fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
just another version of it. It's all the same thing. I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
Yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
and you can even
all
feel
becomes
connected
alive.
to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player. One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen called Chris Sedaris fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
just another version of it. It's all the same thing. I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
Yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
and you can even
all
feel
becomes
connected
alive.
to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player. One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen called Chris Sedaris fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
just another version of it. It's all the same thing. I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
Yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
and you can even
all
feel
becomes
connected
alive.
to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player. One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen called Chris Sedaris fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
just another version of it. It's all the same thing. I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
Yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
and you can even
all
feel
becomes
connected
alive.
to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all
In future lives,
So I'm going to go to the comments now.
Movies. Movies. Yeah. Cows on the movies. Movies. Yeah. Movies. Movies. Good. Movies. Movies.
Hey, got milk? Hey, big, big jugs. Yeah. Big, big jug. Tubby, 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 tubs. Tony titties. Hey, big, big jugs. Movie, movie. Moo. He has the movies. Movie, movie. Tony has movies. Tony. Big, big jugs. Tony tubs. Tony titties. Milk that cow. Milk that cash cow. Shit sandwiches for sale. Tony titties, big, big jugs. Tank top Tony, selling milk. Got milk? Moo!
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too.
Your father! You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me. Bow down and kneel. I am God, the real deal. I am your God, the Father.
It has become apparent that both the left and the right now agree that demography is destiny, and that one side of the partisan political divide is using demographics as a weapon to defeat the other. For decades now, the West has been subjected to waves of mass immigration, as millions of people from non-Western countries were either legally allowed to settle in Western countries or broken via illicit means. This has been done without a democratic mandate, and was justified by appeals to the economy. We need migrants for growth. We need migrants to run our services. We need migrants to pay for the pensions. However, that experiment has now been run and the numbers are in. There's been no correlation between mass uncontrolled immigration and economic prosperity. Indeed, it seems that the immigration of non-Western immigrants is just a net drain on the economy and is instead itself what is holding back economic growth rather than promoting it. Just how the world's top economists could have managed to get this so completely back to front is a discussion for another time, because instead of revisiting this argument, the advocates of mass immigration have simply moved past it to make moral and ideological arguments that, in fact, Westerners really have no prejudicial right to their own countries over and above anyone else. As Michelle Wu, the current Democrat mayor of Boston, put it,
every person, every human being has the legal right to come to the United States and seek asylum or shelter.
If everyone has the right to your country, then it is not your country. It is everyone's country, and you have no special claim to it. Moreover, the advocates of mass immigration will just tell you outright that they wish to live in a colonized country, in which peoples from all over the world will be allowed to live in the West in unlimited numbers.
If you ask me what I really believe about our country, I think the poet Tony Walsh spoke for so many of us after the Manchester bombing when he described this as the place. That was a poem that he wrote, and he said, "Some are born here, some are drawn here, but we all call it home." Those words are now in Manchester City's dressing room in Manchester. That vision of unity, of pride, of coming together speaks well to the kind of country that I want to live in.
As they tell us, this is what they really believe. This really is their idealistic vision of the future. They are attempting to live out the moral content of John Lennon's song Imagine, and truly think that we would have a better world if only we were deprived of our historic patrimony. And they will attempt any kind of emotional manipulation in order to make you capitulate. Now, this of course leads to bizarre events, in which one has to really squint to see how they came to these conclusions, even with the best will in the world. For example, there is currently a by-election in a constituency in Manchester, and the most salient issue is one of demographics. The question of nativism looms large over the entire debate, with each candidate attempting to establish their personal credentials to being an authentic Mancunian. The Labour Party have decided to field a first-generation Greek immigrant who still has a very thick Greek accent as their authentic Mancunian, which is just comical.
I am a proud Mancunian woman. I have walked the streets of this constituency. This is about Manchester. Manchester is a city united. We are rejecting division. I am so looking forward to going out on the doorstep and winning this for Labour.
Green Party leader Zach Polanski is attempting to argue against what he calls the politics of hate, in which he attempts to erase the differences between white working class communities and the immigrant plantations that the state has put alongside them. Indeed, he describes any concerns about demographics as far right, focusing, of course, on the Reform Party.
This is it. This is the moment. It's the battle for the soul of our nation. You must not pit working class communities against racialised communities. In fact, Manchester has a really proud history of people of colour standing side by side with working class communities, often within the same community, with LGBT communities, with any community that is othered. Because for any of us who come from minority communities, we know when they come for one of us, they come for all of us, and we will stand together.
Matt Goodwin is Reform's candidate, and he is raising valid concerns about immigration and naming tangible injustices which have been carried out in its name.
I'm in Denton today talking to local people because there are lots of HMOs in this area, homes for multiple occupants, homes that are full of illegal migrants, asylum seekers and criminals, homes that should have gone to the hard-working British people, to the people of Gorton and Denton, but they've gone to people who are often breaking our laws. Now, the Labour Party will tell you that talking about this is divisive, talking about this is toxic. I can't think of anything that's more divisive than forcing illegal migration and HMOs on communities like this one. I can't think of anything that's more toxic than treating your own people like second-class citizens. It's absolutely outrageous to me that companies like Serco are coming into communities like this, are using the British people's own money. They are using taxpayers' money to outbid the British people in their own housing market. How is that fair?
As we can see, the battle lines are very clearly drawn. And wherever the politics of demographics is featured, it is always accompanied by a slate of angry communists whose protest slogans explain what the ultimate purpose of this kind of political activism is. Again, it's just Imagine as a political program.
Deportation! Up with liberation! Down, down with deportation! From Palestine to Mexico! The border walls have got to go! Down, down with deportation!
And this will all be encouraged by liberal politicians and pundits, who decry the methods of the communists, but agree with them on the fundamentals. Yes, the political agenda of immigration is to dispossess the native peoples of the West from their homelands, and federal agencies attempting to enforce the law of the land, such as Immigration and Customs Enforcement, are worse than the Nazis for doing their job.
They're trying to portray Border Patrol agents and ICE agents as Gestapo, Nazi, and many other words.
Yes, do not compare ICE or Border Patrol agents to the Nazis. That's an unfair comparison. The Nazis were willing to show their faces.
Pro-immigration foreign migrant politicians will even argue that enforcing immigration laws is a form of terrorism.
Right now you have masked agents who are terrorizing people across this country, whether they're in their home, in their car, out on the street. You have the loss of what it means to be an American in your own country, the sense of safety and the sense of self.
Which itself is an attempt to undermine the moral legitimacy of the very nature of the authority the state has over its own borders. Pro-immigration protests, therefore, regularly snowball into riots, such as recent anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles, where the rioters were essentially in a state of open war over the issue of demographics. And when they get excited enough in a closed room full of their own supporters, left-wing politicians will just take off the mask and admit, yes, demographic replacement is a core plank of their political agenda. Spanish MEP and former Minister of Equality Irene Montero recently went viral for saying precisely this in no uncertain terms.
Quiero pedirles a las personas migrantes y racializadas que por favor no nos dejen solas con tanto facha. Y claro que sí queremos que voten, claro que sí, hemos conseguido papeles, regularización ya, y ahora vamos a por la nacionalidad o a cambiar la ley para que puedan votar, por supuesto. Ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá podamos barrer de fachas y de racistas este país con gente migrante, con gente trabajadora. Claro que yo quiero que haya reemplazo, reemplazo de fachas, reemplazo de racistas, reemplazo de vividores, y que lo podamos hacer con la gente trabajadora de este país, tenga el color de la piel que tenga, sea china, negra, marrona, con todas compañeras las gentes trabajadoras de este país.
Her express stated political goal is to use immigration as a bioweapon against the native non-leftist population, disenfranchising them not only of political power through their inability to vote their way out of the situation, but dispossessing them of their own native country itself through the use of unlimited numbers of foreign people. We know the kind of people who want this too. On one hand, we have very vapid individuals who don't think very hard about anything and use their political opinions to signal that they belong to a certain kind of social group, such as middle-class lefty women.
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone, that's nice.
And on the other hand, we have hard think very hard about anything and use their political opinions to signal that they belong to a certain kind of social group, such as middle-class lefty women.
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone, that's nice.
And on the other hand, we have hardline Islamists who understand that their numbers are
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone that's nice. I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. Abortion and immigrants and abortion and immigrants and I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone that's nice.
And on the other hand, we have hardline Islamists who understand that their numbers are growing and they will, within their own lifetimes, be able to take over Western countries by sheer demographic might alone.
Our numbers are massive. There's 50 million Muslims in Europe. There's more Muslims in Europe than there are in some Muslim majority countries. If all the Muslims in Europe were one country, it would be one of the biggest Muslim countries in the world. That's the truth. If all the Muslims in Europe were one country, it would be in the top 10 or top 15 biggest Muslim countries in the world. It would be a big country. We're a big people. So that means we need to start acting like the Muslim community have to become the consequence. Make them think, okay, well, if we mess around with this community, what's going to happen? We have to start acting as if we have the upper hand, because we do.
It should be no wonder then that the far right has been rising all across the Western world for some time now, driven by concerns about the dramatic changes in the demographic makeup of their countries and what this bodes for the future. We have the United States under Trump, and now in Britain, Europe and Australia, political parties which espouse a determinately nativist agenda are rocketing up the polls because people have become aware that the issue of demographics is being weaponized against them, and time is running out if they wish to even have a country of their own. And when you look back at footage of Western countries from, say, a century ago, it's hard not to notice how clean, orderly and tranquil they seem when compared to those same countries today. I'm sure they had their problems, but they had the unspoken assumption of demographic homogeneity, which ensured that there was not a fundamental insecurity of the people in their own country. Whatever their problems were, they were resolved by people who ultimately belonged to the same group and lived in the same political substrate. We can't say that about ourselves anymore, and the more I look at footage like this, the more apparent it is to me that something terrible has been done to us. The right, therefore, is finding its voice in the growing demands for the end of immigration and mass remigration of those foreigners who were allowed to settle in Western countries against the wishes of the mass of ordinary people. People want to return to a time of demographic security in which they can assume the unity of their nation.
Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, was told this over a decade ago. He couldn't see it back then, and now he's saying 10, 11 years later, he's had a decade. He's saying the more that he looks at footage like this, he realizes what was lost. You've had a long time to realize this. 10 or 11 years ago, people were telling you about demographics and what it will do to Great Britain, and he denied it back then. Now, some of you would say people have the right to change their mind or to grow or evolve. I do agree with that. But also, people can drag their feet so long that your country's taken over and destroyed when you were told and shown. And I was around back then. I was one of the ones telling Sargon a decade ago that demographics are destiny. He has 961,000 subscribers, almost 1 million subs on his YouTube channel that's verified with a check mark. Okay? He gets 11,000 likes on a video, 2,200 comments. Are you going to follow the slow to see, the slowest among us? What are you going to do? And that doesn't just apply to demographics. It applies to truth. Choose wisely. Choose who and what you follow. Choose wisely. And I know some of you demons on other channels will say, Stephen wants them to follow him. He wants followers. No, I don't want followers. I want thinkers. That's what I want. I want what almost doesn't exist in this realm. It's so rare. It is so bloody rare. And the reality is, most of you humans do follow someone or something. That's just reality. The vast majority. So you better choose wisely what you do follow. Again, Sargon, the channel I'm playing, has had 11 or 12 years to start seeing this. What's the difference if you see it now and if more saw it 12 years ago? Worlds apart. Something could have been done 12 years ago. The slower you are to see things, the more damage evil can do. And a lot of you are very slow to see. It takes mountains and mountains of fucking evidence. You have to be basically buried under evidence for you to begin seeing. And that's why some of you will say, why do you keep showing the Jack Talcott? Because many people still can't see it. I could show them every day, and you just get tired of it. Like Jeremy, people will say, "Oh, I'm Jeremy from the Real People channel came here and said he was tired of the Talcott being shown." Well, you don't see why I'm showing it yet. Maybe I have to show it for a decade. That's what's frustrating for me. If people were quicker to see, I wouldn't have to keep showing certain things again and again. But a lot of times there's no indication that people see it, or there's very few that indicate. There might be 5 or 10 people that come in my chat that indicate they can see what Talcott is, but it isn't hundreds. It isn't thousands. It isn't anyone on his channel. I could show it day after day exposing these creatures. People are very slow to see, and they need it shown again and again. They need certain creatures. I've been showing Jason Braziers for years, exposing him. I've exposed Mark Passio for years. I've exposed Howdy Mikowski for years. Humpty Dumpty, Matt McKinley for years. Creepy Keith for years. Years and years. The list goes on, man. Now, how many people actually see what those creatures are after years of work trying to show what they are and exposing them? Not many. The guy that I just removed earlier said multiple times he's here because he's bored. You think I want you here typing in my chat room? Go somewhere else. Go watch a fucking Hollywood movie. Go get programmed. Go watch Netflix. Or go to some shit channel. Don't come here trying to slap me in the face saying, oh, you're here because you're bored. Fuck you. You're not here to learn anything? You're not here to develop your spirit? Get the fuck out of here then, loser. 20 years old and you act like a child. Typing stupid shit in the chat. Why do you think I asked him his age? Because I knew he was young. You're too young to be here. He said he was 20. He acts like a 2-year-old. Get the fuck out of here. Grow up.
People want to return to a time of demographic security in which they can assume the unity of their nation. What we are looking at here, then, is the political paradigm of the future, and it is decidedly ethnic and sectarian. There are 2 primary opposing political ideologies.
You said a decade ago, Sargon, you didn't care if the future of Great Britain was brown or Chinese or African. You said skin color doesn't matter. You said it would still be Britain if there were no white British left. I understand people can have a change of heart, but you argued a lot for years against people telling you the truth. Your big fucking ego was what you were arguing out of. And now you're in a Great Britain where I think it's 35 or 30, maybe it's 33% of London, England is white. Only a third. You are vastly outnumbered in major cities in London, or in England, sorry, like London. London is a big example because it's a huge city. And white people are the minority. White British are a minority in London, England. You've been replaced. And you thought that was fine. There'd be no change. Who cares? It's just, what's the difference? It's just skin color. They're still British, right? Well, there is a difference with knife crime, with acid attacks, with culture being lost. Culture, British culture. It's been flushed down the toilet. Halal shops and curry shops and fucking barber shops and vape shops. That's about all you have, it seems, left. They're replacing you and your culture, your land, your culture, your people. And the more you drag your feet, the slower you are to see this, the more harm that's done. That's the other part of it. So people say, well, I learn in my own time. Does it take you decades to learn something? I have to wonder what's wrong with you, or if you're just fucking not only stubborn, you're just demonic. People that say, like Baxter Large, I learn in my own time. You can't put me on a time frame for learning. She learned nothing while she was here. A lot of you do that. I don't want that around me. I don't want people wasting my time the rest of the days and years I have left in this lifetime year. I don't want you around. If you're just here to waste my time, I don't want you on my YouTube channel. I don't want you in my real life, personal life. I don't want you. I don't want most around me. And I've been very honest and upfront about that for years, long before I had these YouTube channels. I don't want most people around me because I see the way they behave. Did he ever apologize to all the people and channels he argued with and bashed? He used to bash them and call people racists. He used to even claim that he's part black, that his either grandfather or great-grandfather, he said, was very dark. He tried that years ago, and people were mocking him. I even left him comments. I might be banned on his channel from all those years ago under the Sanity Machine, saying, are you black? Are you still black, Sarkhan? Teasing him, leaving comments once in a while over the years ago, years and years ago. But they play these games. He even ran in politics. He tried to run to become part of the political system in England. So sometimes it's too little too late, not just with this topic, but in life. A lot of you are very slow and very egotistical. And by you, I mean humanity. You don't want to listen when somebody's showing you the truth, showing you the stats, showing you the demographic change, showing you you're being replaced in your own country. And it takes 10, 11, 12 years, maybe 15 years for some of you. Maybe some of you were told 20 years ago. Maybe some of you right here tuned in might have been told 20, 30 years ago what's happening. Some of you might have been told about the feminist movement 30, 40 years ago. You didn't listen. And it's taken it to the point of basically no babies being born, almost no white children, way below replacement in every Western country. From Canada to the United States, to the UK, down to Australia, Germany, France, Italy, Sweden. The list goes on in the West. And I know the people that don't pay attention, well, that's good, Stephen. We don't want to be here anyways. The whites that are left are going to be more than treated like shit, a despised, hated, abused minority. And you don't care. That's the other part that I notice. People have to be told to care. You don't care about the future for white children. You think it's a hell realm now. It's getting worse. And I'm not saying this as fear-mongering. I'm saying it as facts that you can look into and stop being lazy. I don't like people that drag their feet for 10, 11, 12 years, like Sargon. I don't respect that. I don't respect people resisting truth for a decade or more. I don't respect that, and I don't forget it. And I'm well aware of who he is and what he did. And I remember his comments and videos from a decade ago, including him bashing channels that are no longer on YouTube. They got removed from YouTube permanently. Channels that were speaking truth in 2015. And Sargon was spewing shit against them. Okay? And people just don't want to realize it. You want to drag your feet until it's too late. And then say, well, we can't do anything about it now. And I remember you people that have dragged your feet for years. You don't resist tyranny and evil, a lot of humans. You resist truth being spoken, shown, shared. And I don't respect that. I don't respect you, resistors of truth. You're defiant. You're stubborn. You're egotistical. You're lazy. A lot of you humans. There's very few humans that look at the truth and go, I get it. Yeah, it is true. And catch on right away. It's so rare.
One wants mass deportations and remigration to ensure that the native peoples of these countries continue to.
At the same time, you have a snail's mind, but you think that you're more brilliant than anyone that can see far more than you can see. Far more. Yeah, well, I can look ahead to great-grandchildren, Wendy, but most people can't look ahead to tomorrow, is the truth. Sargon now has 4 or 5 kids. Back then, he had one stepchild. I think he married a single mom. And now all of a sudden it matters because he has a stake. And he's like, well, I have children. It's getting worse here. How slow are people to see? They think this guy's smart. He has almost 1 million subs. Most of you people follow losers that are slow and they develop big channels. That's reality. You're too slow to see things. Does my channel have almost 1 million subs? Hell no. Will it ever? No, it won't. Because I speak truths that a lot of you won't see for 12, 15 years. You'll look back and say, oh, hey, there was a channel that was talking about that back then. I didn't get it back then, but now I'm seeing it today. Well, it's too late. That's frustrating. That's the way a lot of you humans are. You are that way. And it's going to be the same with the recycling bin. You're going to go into the bin and say, oh, now I get what he was saying. I didn't get it before. I didn't think I had to do anything to avoid this. And you'll be in the recycling bin system. And you'll be in the center where they recycle spirits. Realizing that what I said was true. I was telling you the truth years and years before, maybe decades. Some of you might live another 40, 50 years. And that's where you're going to end up because you don't even pay attention when you're here. You're like that fucking idiot that I banned earlier. That dumbass that said he's here because he's bored. Well, go away. Watch a movie. Go watch Netflix or go watch some shit channel on YouTube that'll feed you bullshit. Go ahead. Go right into the bin. You do it to yourselves. And I know some of you are convinced that, oh, the bin is a punishment. And I've explained many times a recycling bin is not a punishment. That's the default for this realm. That's where you're all headed. All of you humans is what I'm speaking about on Earth. Unless you do something to interfere or intervene. That's where you go. That's where everyone goes. Do you understand default? It's not a punishment. The punishment comes when demons are sealed in. When this is sealed and there's no way out. And again, with that, you'll see what I mean. Some of you will realize once it's done that what I was saying is the truth because you're slow. You just are slow to realize what is true and what's being shown and what you're told and warned about ahead of time. Go ahead, stay slow and pay the price for it. There is a cost in the end. It shouldn't take 10, 11, 12 fucking years of people warning you, showing you what's going on with your country or what's going on in Hell Realm. Goodbye for now, Wendy. I have to get going soon anyways. I'm going to end this stream, not right now, but in the next maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so. I'm planning on ending this and taking care of some stuff. It's still early. It's not even noon yet, but there comes a point of no return. And that's what's coming for the West. And there are a lot of Sargons out there that we're told and shown for a long time. And they spent their energy arguing against the truth. And I think that's very common with humans. I don't think it's rare at all. I've encountered it many times in real life, in person, if you want to call it real life or in person, and on the internet, all over. And I've seen endless comments, not just on my channel, far more on other channels, arguing and arguing against the truth for years and years and years. And where does it lead? Well, where it leads white people is you being replaced whether you see it or not. That's what's happening. And I just don't believe that most people care about the truth or can see the truth, because you behave in ways that demonstrate you don't. You don't see it. Now, are there a rare few that do? Yeah, but vastly outnumbered. Because there's a lot like Sargon that will mislead people, hundreds of thousands, for years or a decade or more. We must be literally mad. Well, Sargon, 10 years ago, you were in support of being replaced. Now his description for his video is demographics as a weapon. We must be literally mad. Sargon, you were saying that you didn't care about the future of Great Britain. What would you care?
To possess their ancestral lands, and the other demands mass immigration and the ethnic cleansing of nations of European heritage to bring about an extreme interpretation of the liberal ideal. This is the ground on which all political conflict will be fought in the future, and indeed it is being fought on now. Anything else will merely be window dressing. All other concerns will collapse into this paradigm, and each side will find itself sorted based on which group can either extract resources from the other or prevent its own resources from being extracted. What a grim battleground our traitorous politicians have set for us to compete over.
Those who see it in advance suffer. We pay the price. Get frustrated, trying to warn people, trying to show people. We pay the price. I don't expect a reward. I don't expect pats on the back. But I know it's a more difficult path to see it early and warn people. And I'm not saying I saw it the quickest or before anyone. There were people alive like Enoch Powell that saw it before I was born. The replacement of British people. He was speaking about it in England. Enoch Powell. He saw it in the it must have been the 1950s, 60s, somewhere around then. And there's others. He's just a famous example. He's a famous person. Deceased, but at least I'm pretty sure he's deceased. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. He might be alive. I'm pretty sure he's deceased. But I don't intentionally lie to people. Enoch Powell. We'll see if he's alive. No, he's long dead. He died in 1998. I thought he had died, yeah. But I wasn't 100% sure. So I Googled it. And he would have been old. He was born in 1912. He was a member of Parliament, Wolverhampton Southwest. Enoch Powell. He famously warned people and listened to the British people, the citizens, telling him what was happening and that they didn't want that. They didn't want to be replaced. They didn't want their towns to be taken over by non-British people that don't speak English. And he listened and actually spoke for the people. Anyway, you can look into that if you want to. I don't believe that most people on YouTube channels do actual research. I just don't buy it. Like if you went to Nachiquifa's channel or Tony Sayers or wherever, Matt McKinley, Humpty Dumpty, and you went through the comments, most of these people would say, I never heard of him. I never heard of this. They don't look into things. They like to call themselves truthers and flat earthers and this and that. They like labels that they think gives them some prestige or something, some clout, but they don't actually do research. I think that's very rare in this realm. people to have any knowledge at all of anything seems to be quite rare in this realm. From my perspective, from my experience, I observe people that don't know anything all the time. They don't know basic shit. And even Sargon, here's Sargon. Here's what he looks like. Carl Benjamin is his name. I'm not doxing him. He's publicly known by that name. He ran as a politician. He's been public about his name. Everybody knows his name. So I have not doxed him whatsoever. He ran for British Parliament years ago. He thought that having a big YouTube channel, he has multiple channels. This a COD Daily channel is 488,000 subs, almost 500,000. So he has quite a few followers, we'll say. Not thinkers, though, just followers. And that's common in this realm.
So Politics Joe put out this video of how bourgeois Brits, and they say just asking Brits if they'd holiday in America. It's like, yeah, it's a very certain kind of Brit. I don't even know where they've gone to do this. But it's going to be somewhere in London, and it's going to be one of the nicer areas of London, and this is why you get the kind of people here that you get. I mean, look at the way this woman is dressed. Right? Just look at them. And what is interesting about this is the nature of the things that they perceive to be wrong with the United States, right? And it's the nature of the reporting that we see over here. They, of course, do not see American media. They don't get exposed to, like, Fox News or whatever. They only hear one side of the story, and so they're convinced that America is currently engaged in what is basically a hot civil war, where Donald Trump's stormtroopers are wandering down the street just gunning people down at random. Look, I mean, I'm not even overstating the detached nature of their own beliefs.
With what's currently going on in America, would you still go there on holiday?
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. That's nice. So yeah, I'm not going there.
I just love abortion? I mean, one, okay. I just love immigrants. That's not one thing. Like, that's not a category. You love Brits who go to Spain, do you? Why? Because the act of going to Spain made them more worthy? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what she means is browns, right? I love browns. I love non-white people. That's what she's talking about, because she thinks that's the socially acceptable thing for her to say. But then also, I love abortion. Just, not even, I love a woman's right to choose. I love women's autonomy. No, I love the act of murdering a baby. And look at the face like this. These bourgeois ladies do not know what they are talking about, right? They do not know what is going on. They do not know what morality is, what right and wrong are. What they do know is what socially approved opinions they're supposed to have when they go on camera, because it's likely that their friends are going to see this and they're going to be like, oh, you said you were not in favor of murdering babies? You said you actually didn't have an opinion on immigration? At very worst? No, I love abortion immigrants. Just to unmatched nature of their own beliefs.
With what's currently going on in America, would you still go there on holiday?
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. That's nice. So yeah, I'm not going there.
Would you still go there on holiday?
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. That's nice. So yeah.
Would you still go there on holiday?
I just love abortion and immigrants and everyone. That's nice. So yeah, I'm not going there.
Information voters. I mean, unfortunately, yeah, they are voters. That's terrible. Low information people, right? Thank God for you guys, they can't vote in your elections. They vote in ours. They're probably going to vote for the Greens.
You can't be going into that active war zone and think it's going to be like peachy keen because you're a tourist. It's not safe.
I'd go for the war.
I mean, that is just mad, isn't it? Right? Look at her expression. Look at her expression. It's like she doesn't know that America is a continent, right? It's just like she doesn't know that America is a vast and diverse place. Like, do you think people in Ohio or like wherever, Vermont or something, are actively out there like causing trouble? No. Minnesota is an insane Democrat hotspot that has been ginned up. An insurrection has been ginned up by Tim Walz and Jacob Frey. right? This is like there. That's an active war zone. No, it's not. Right? It's not an active war zone. And even if it was, you wouldn't be in it. You go to like Disneyland in Florida, or you go to California or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are other dangers around, but this totally deranged. But notice what this reveals to us, right? This reveals to us all she sees is a social media feed. Whatever the newspapers have said, whatever, Donald Trump shoots protesters or some nonsense like that. Whatever the newspapers have said, it's not about her having any information or knowledge. It wasn't it like Thomas Jefferson who said, a man who reads nothing is better informed than a man who reads newspapers. And it's the same principle here. She's just, oh no, it's an active war zone in America. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And yet I'm prepared to go on camera and talk about it because this is how I stay within the safety consensus. It's not about having information. It's not about knowing right from wrong. It is about making sure that the people around me accept that I am still a good sheep on the plantation and don't treat me as if I've had a thought of my own. That's literally all this boils down to. I'm genuinely embarrassed by this. Genuinely embarrassed how fucking stupid these people are.
Not safe. I'd go for the World Cup. Like, if I got tickets, yeah, I would. Obviously, it's not like every single place you're going to step, you're going to get shot in the head. It's...
At least this guy understands that not every single place. It's not even most interactions with authorities. It's certain areas with certain demographics.
It's even stuff like with the World Cup going on. It just looks like you're giving good PR to a nation that really doesn't deserve it.
All right, America doesn't deserve good PR, right? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess there's that. But, just saying, there are a lot of people who think we don't deserve good PR. Do you think that? You quite possibly do.
He's actively working against it, people.
No, America.
Donald Trump is actively working against the people, right? As if this is literally just Donald Trump is like King Cooper or something, and has got an army of MAGA turtles and has taken over the Mushroom Kingdom. as if no one in America supports Donald Trump. Like, if you ask this guy, how did the Republicans do in the presidential election to you, then obviously you're going to oppose Donald Trump, but with civilians who are armed, that's terrible. On that, these guys know nothing about it.
The fact that we've got armed civilians essentially feeling very entitled and feeling very empowered to take that step to take someone's life is absolutely terrifying.
The ability of a well-regulated militia to bear arms shall not be infringed. Something like that, right? Because what is the alternative to civilians who are armed, right? It would have to be essentially a military occupation. Again, look at the way that they think. It's so dramatically different to the way that normal people think. Free people should be able to defend themselves in order to preserve their liberty, to prevent a tyrannical government from standing on them and taking all their rights away. And this person's like, well, I mean, I'm not happy with
They don't have to think. They don't have to think at all. That's what's normal in this realm. It's normal in this realm not to think. And people accept that as normal, not to think. It's perfectly normal in this realm. Not to know anything, to give your empty opinions on everything, to know nothing.
This next cunt is a guy named Willie Jennings of Yale University, and he asks, can white people be saved? Yale University, listen to this nonsense.
The question for us this evening, can white people be saved? So if you have not followed this, let me state it clearly. No one is born white. Do not tell children that. No one is born white. There is no white biology. But whiteness is real. Whiteness is a working, a forming toward a maturity that destroys. Biology. No one is born white. There is no white biology, but whiteness is real. Whiteness is a working, a forming toward a maturity that destroys. Whiteness is an invitation to a form of agency and a subjectivity that imagines life progressing toward what is in fact a diseased understanding of maturity, a maturity that invites us to evaluate the entire world by how far along it is toward this goal. Yes, I want to change the geography because that is the only way. That's the only way to remove us from this vision, this trajectory toward death. And most importantly, I want to save people from becoming white. Thank you.
Can we take a second to remind these morons what their countries look like in Africa? Bro is in a first world white country. Why do you think it's a first world country? Because it was full of high trust, high IQ white Europeans who invented literally everything. Bro is lecturing in English, dressed in Western clothing, most likely using Western technology for whatever he does in his life, drives a car, at a Western university built by white people, in a country built by white people, with everything in it invented by white people. And it is a great country because of the white people who founded it.
Yes. And this is Liberia. This is Liberia on the screen. So are there white people in Liberia? Almost zero. Except if somebody visits there as part of a charity to help them. Look at this. That's what countries look like that are almost exclusively black people and no whites. That's what they're capable of when given a free country. And given a constitution, by the way. Liberia was given a constitution very similar to the US Constitution. Given help to get established, and this is still what they came up with. That's the best they could do, is shanty towns like that. Shacks. This is what they're proudest of. I showed this on video quite a few live streams ago. And then I took a screenshot from that video and made it into this meme. Liberia, bathrooms in West Point, not the military in America, West Point, Liberia. They took a lot of names from America. Bathrooms in West Point, Liberia, shantytown. Beautiful bathrooms. So you walk out onto the water on a dock and it has a hole that you're essentially sitting on a toilet with a hole beneath it, no plumbing, going into the water that's their drinking water. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. They don't know what sanitation is. They don't know what plumbing is. And they're very proud. You have to pay to use these, by the way. There's a guy there that takes money for this. And he was interviewed. They're very proud of this, that they were able to do this, build this much. That's a source of pride for I'm sorry. That's a source of pride for them. I mean, you can't make this shit up. They live in a dump, and that's a source of pride for them. Are they different from us? You know, if this was a American or Canadian country or French or British, there would most likely be hotels built along that beach. There wouldn't be shacks. It would be a tourist spot. But not there, of course. They don't know how to develop their own countries on their own. They need help. They need to be colonized. They would be better off being colonized. As I said to that Benedictine loser, I'm a colonizer, I said to him. I'm a colonizer. And he said, no, no, no. I said, yeah, I am. I am. They don't like that. They would be better off colonized. All of Africa. North to south.
That's why it's a great country.
East to west. They'd be better off colonized.
People who founded it. That's why it's a great country by white people, in a country built by white people with everything in it invented by white people. And it is a great country because of the white people who founded it. That's why it's a great country. And that's why Africa is a shit continent, because of the people that are in it. Anything good that this man has in his life, he has because of the civilization and culture that was built for him by white people. So shut the fuck up.
Kaboom. Kaboom. Shut the fuck up. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Play a little bit more and then I'm going to end the stream soon. I'll play this quickly. I'll cover a little bit of this. This creature, Angry Gingy, Nonconformist Radio 2. It is a hell realm, and do not try to change it. He's a copycat, and people are gobbling it up, of course. Where did he get hell realm from? Where did he get that it can't be changed? Right here. He's a copycat. He's a copycat.
The soul, that which is disturbed. A perturbed consciousness with ineffectual commentary of bewailment. You see, human beings move around a lot, and they talk a lot. But at the end of the day, that's about the extent of it. It's all ultimately meaningless. For example, let's take current events. Bad things happen. Okay? We are only aware of it when we hear people externally talking about it. And we find it to be disagreeable. So we subscribe to protest verbiage, where basically we are one who disagrees. But
verbiage where we are one that disagrees. It's so choppy and stilted, his fucking speaking. This copycat demon. Fucking copycat.
the disagreement doesn't stop history from unfolding, past, present, and future. Look at history up until this point. It's splattered in bloodshed, and it was all well determined, as we know. If you look at history thus far, we realize that it could not have happened otherwise. It is set in stone. It is a matter of fact. You had people.
Yeah, I think he did. He's really trying hard to impress people, and it works on morons. About 90 people hit the like button on his shitty video. 1,200 people viewed it. Truth or dupes? Truth or sheep? Truth or sheep? I'm going to end it here. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Mad love and strength to all good, true spirits. I hope you have a beautiful day. Moon the demons. Moon the demons this moon day. Take care, and I will see you again soon. Bye for now. See you later.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people.